Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to this early time on a weekday. Taking advantage of the surfs not streaming. So hopefully I can snag up some of their audience. And so far in the Sandbox, we have Soul Life, John Martinez, and B-Cat, Hermit Horologist even. Wow, thank you guys for coming out. Just a reminder, turn on the live chat. It's so annoying it's not the default. But I have a whole bunch to go over. Oh, hello, Germ. Provincial politics wise. So yesterday I streamed. Yeah, I'm doing it 2 days in a row. And I focused a lot on federal politics. But today I want to focus a lot on provincial politics. And a large part of that will be on BC yet again, because I covered them in a fair bit of detail not too long ago as well, I mean. But partly because they have an election coming up. So it's really important to get as much information about them out as possible. And I'll show everyone the little election calendar that's available at the Canada website so people can get a good idea as to how soon it's happening and when the next elections will be. So New Brunswick, their provincial election is also coming up. So I'll be talking a bit about some of the candidates there. And oh boy, the conservatives in this country have lost their collective minds. Like, they are just completely batshit crazy across the province. It is wild. Like, as soon as you start Googling some of these people or find news articles about them, just how extreme they've gotten. And it's like, how can they be elected in? Like, it is like Facebook memes have come to life in the form of conservative candidates. It's really kind of mind-blowing. So we'll be talking a bit about Ontario, Alberta, and New Brunswick, as well as BC. And there's a lot to cover. But I started nice and early, so I have lots of time to cover it. If I don't get to everything today, I can do a bit of a live stream tomorrow. But that one I would have a hard out because I have plans in the evening I would have to get ready for and whatnot. So, go and check the Sandbox. I'm in a chatty mood. I know, not terribly uncommon. And just so people know from yesterday, I did try to check the banned list for people in chat, and it said when I checked it that no one was banned. So I probably did it wrong because I know I've banned people originally, like trolls and stuff, or not trolls, like bots that would come in. So I did it wrong. I'm horrible with this sort of thing, so I'll look into it a bit further to see who is on the ban list. And as soon as we get more of the mods in, I want to have like a little aside with some of the mods, just so that we can set up a way of communication. I figured it out. I am a genius as to how I can get some communication going with the mods. Oh, but yeah, a lot to go over today with all the provincial stuff. And I noticed, John Martinez, you look different. Is that a new haircut? It's kind of like I get used to seeing people's icons and I can recognize them by that. And then suddenly they change it and it's like, who is this person? Looking good from the teeny tiny circle I can see. Hello, Lightning Rod. Got the iPhone so it's over for Mr. Trump? I don't know what that means. I've been so focused on Canadian politics, I have no clue what's happening in the United States. Well, actually, I do. It's hard as a Canadian to not know what is happening in the United States because it's so interconnected. So I just want to wait a little bit longer, see if we can get more people populating the sandbox before I start getting into the meat and potatoes of the stream today. And so, why don't I do this then? Go back here. Just a reminder to people that I partook in a writing derby this year. So it's all completely free. It doesn't cost me anything or anything to be part of this. And it's like a friendly online competition of sorts. So we were all given a completely made up book cover with title and completely made up author name. And then we had to write a book based on that cover and title. And I partook in it. And so they are available for sale right now. And you know, the idea is to see everyone starting from scratch who can sell the most. So far, I've sold none. And my book is on this list here. And I don't know, like I was in love with my book. I still am. I felt it was a really good book, but the beta reader said that they couldn't even finish it, but didn't bother to tell me where. So, like I said, my book is on this list. They're available for sale on Amazon as ebooks. I would imagine if you know me well enough, you can have a good idea as to which book is mine. However, I can neither confirm nor deny until like the 25th of October. So please feel free to guess. I'm curious if anyone can get it. But like I said, if you know me well enough, you can probably figure out which one is mine. And then I'll have to decide once it's over if I actually want to go public with it, depending on any sort of other feedback I might get on my book. But, you know, don't base your guess on the cover, because like I said, we had no say over the cover. We kind of selected one. They were doled out depending on rankings and stuff like that. Read the descriptions. And feel free to purchase one that you think is mine. If it's wrong, then you're just supporting another author that is part of this derby. So it's really a no-lose by purchasing a book on here. Plus, I think a lot of the books are part of the Kindle Express thing that are free to certain Kindle readers or something like that. So feel free to guess which one mine is. I'm actually curious if anyone can guess it. Oh, thank you so much, John Martinez, for the $5. I visited BC in 2003 with my sister. It was nice, but I didn't know the politics were this crazy. Shake my head. They weren't back then. The politics in BC weren't that crazy back then. BC has a reputation of being like the more relaxed province. You know, the ones that will just chill and smoke up and whatnot, partly because they tend to have better weather, being on the ocean and snuggled between the ocean and the mountains, so they don't get as bone-chillingly cold as, let's say, the prairies. You know, they have the beautiful mountains and the forests and stuff. And I've only accidentally been to BC. I would love to go there in more detail sometime. But you know, they've had the reputation of being a little bit more chill and relax. And it's only more recently, and I think it's just the uptick across the board of conservatives losing their collective minds and liberals going more and more right of center, and NDP going, like NDP, it's really hit and miss because some are still left of center, some policies are left of center, but then other ones are just smashing into the right. Like, what is going on? It's so wild. Oh, but yeah, just some of the stories of the candidates that I'm going to cover today, it's mind blowing how off the rocker these people are. And yet they're candidates, like they pass the vetting and everything. And the NDP here in Ontario, well, the federal NDP, also now the provincial, because when I challenged their rejection, they kind of told me that if I were to challenge it, I'd pretty much bar myself from ever being part of the NDP provincially or federally. I still challenged the rejection because of principles. And they rejected me basically because I have a sense of humor and tend to speak my mind. And one would think that's a good thing. And apparently the conservatives do think it's a good thing that they have candidates just are willing to speak their minds. And what they're allowed to get away with, just kind of like, what? You know, like the worst that the NDP would have to worry about with me is me saying like free Palestine and all these sorts of like progressive things, or me calling them out saying you're not going far enough. Like that's what they would have to worry about. Nothing that is like conspiratorial, um, telepathic healing. We'll get to this. Like it's just so wild that we can have people that I would almost think are certifiable. Like I look at them and I think to myself, like, I'm on disability because of mental health issues. And I look at my principles and their principles and what I believe in and what they believe in. And I'm looking at it like, how is it that I'm the crazy one? Like, how is it that I am diagnosed crazy when these people are not? Like, it's just, oh. But yeah, I have figured out a way to communicate with the mods. So as soon as we get maybe a couple more in the Sandbox, I'll talk a little bit about that, because right now we have Soul Life, and I will try again to see if I can find the ban list from people who are banned from the Sandbox. Because like I said, when I just kind of Googled it and looked at my account, it said no one was banned, which I know is wrong, because I've banned people. I've banned bots, so I don't know if bots count or not. BCAT, like the California of Canada. Kind of, I would imagine BC is. I think there's like surfing out there even. I think they can go surfing in the summer. Huge risk of earthquakes, that they have that in common. And tsunamis, they have that in common. Actually, BC is at a higher risk of tsunamis than California. That's because, California has the San Andreas fault, and that's more of a slip fault. It goes side by side, and a lot of it isn't necessarily under the ocean. And even if a fault like this was under the ocean, it wouldn't necessarily cause a tsunami, because it's all about going up and down. But you see, when you go up further north, you hit the Cascadia mountain range, and so there you have subduction fault lines. So that's when one kind of goes under the other, and what happens is, let me get my slinky off my hand so I can demonstrate this. So you have one going under the other, and so what happens is sometimes this, like it gets snagged, and it does this, and it does this, and then it goes bang. And so then you have the and this happens when this happens underwater, you get massive tsunamis. I'm nerding out on natural disasters. And there has been stories and records and evidence of like massive tsunamis hitting that area. So I'm like actually worried that if I were to go to like Victoria or something like that, I'm like checking all the routes to make sure if I can get high enough, because it is absolutely like a lot of Indigenous history is spoken word, and they have stories of some massive tsunamis that hit that area and whatnot. And it even translates to Japan, because in Japan they have what they call orphan tsunamis that weren't caused by an earthquake that they know of, that just kind of hit them out of the blue. And part of that, one of those records from Japan matches with like the spoken word of Indigenous folks here, and then like geological exploration and stuff goes to show that there was like a massive tsunami, so big it hit Japan, but it hit BC, and it was just wild how bad it was. And then of course you get up like into Alaska when you're in the mountains, and there's going to be more tsunamis up in the mountains, because what's happening up there is you have all those little like bays and whatnot that squiggle in between the mountains, and you get super duper mega tsunamis when you get like a rock slide that slams into the water, and some that are like 500 feet tall. I kid you not, there's a record of that happening not too long ago up in Alaska. And there's going to be more of those because of climate change, because the ice caps are melting. And what happens when the ice caps melt is that the pressure, the downward pressure on the mountains, it lessens. Not only does it lessen, they become more absorbed with water and becomes more slick. So it can allow more rocks to kind of break apart and fall into the ocean. And so also when it's frozen, you know, it freezes it in place. So even if there is moisture in the rocks and stuff like that, it's frozen and it sticks it all together like a really brutal mountain-sized snowball. And so when it starts warming up, not only do you not have the downward pressure, you have all of that liquefying within and becoming slick. And so you're going to see more like just these massive rock slides crash into the ocean, into bays and stuff. And with the bays being so like funneled and stuff, it really just causes the water to like really spike up and whatnot. And there's actually evidence of one of these happening in Greenland just a few years ago. But the thing is that it happened in such a remote area that the only way they knew is from like geological, like satellite surveys and stuff after the fact. That nobody caught it because nobody was around. So a lot of these tsunamis are already happening. We just don't know about it because they're happening in such remote areas. Okay, I'm done geeking out on that. We should probably get into politics. Oh. Let's see. I just want to read some more of the Sandbox. John Martinez, yes, that was crazy. They left me be. I actually felt welcome. It was odd to have people come up to me and start conversations with me when here people just ignore one another. You're talking about your time in British Columbia. Bam. He's been on my show a couple times, and he's part of the Power Report. And he's mentioned that there's a similar, he had like a similar kind of sense when he came up here to Canada, that he was just treated as an American. He wasn't treated as a black man. He was just treated as an American. And like there was no real distinction between, like he felt that that was really jarring in a way. I think I even clipped it. It might be under a short on my YouTube channel if you want to go see that. Germ, what's that book website? If I search for Derby books, all I get, okay, right. I forgot. I was going to show you guys what it is and then put it in the chat. In the Sandbox, I mean. So let's do that. There, so I just put the link to the Derby book website in the Sandbox. So please feel free to guess which one is mine. Like I said, if you know me well enough, you can probably figure out which one is mine based on the description. Let's see. Oh, and Soul Life also posted the link. I need to get down. I need to get down and see what's happening. Okay. Lightning rod. I hurt my neck yesterday looking for chemtrails. We're getting to that. Like I said, conservatives have lost their collective minds. Like there's that song, Blame Canada. Well, Danielle Smith is now blaming America for chemtrails. I couldn't even make any of this up, how absolutely conspiratorial far right these people have become. Ah. Let's see. Lightning rod, vote like your life depends on it. It kind of does. For some people, it kind of does. Which is why I push for it so much. Let's see. John Martinez, for sure. I was born and raised in Southern California along the San Andreas Fault. A quake for me is just another event. I have felt two here in Ontario, because there's actually an active fault line up near Ottawa, and when there's a big enough one there, it actually comes down to my area, and by big enough, I mean like no more than a 3.0 on the Richter scale. Like when it happened, I remember when it happened here, and it hit me because I'm like such a natural disaster nut. Like it's one of my special interests as somebody who's autistic is natural disasters. And I remember I was up in my apartment and I could feel this, and then some DVDs came off the thing and I'm like, oh my god, it's happening, I know exactly what to do and stuff. It's an earthquake. But it's like by the time I'm like trying to figure out, it's like, okay, should I run outside because I'm in a really unstable, like all of that, it was over. Like it was so minor, and it's not like we're at risk of like a major earthquake here. Like I've actually felt more shaking in my building from ice quakes when the ice thaw freeze, which has been getting really bad due to climate change with the drastic temperature change, and the ice like in the ground and stuff will just kind of snap apart. And I've actually had that shake my building more than what the actual earthquake did. Anyway, uh, yeah, everyone's onto the chemtrails. So why don't we actually start getting into the news? The news. And so far, the only mod I see in chat is Soul Life. So I want to wait a bit more before I chit chat with the mods to see if more come in, so I don't have to repeat myself. Because I figured out how I can actually get your contact information and stuff in a way where I know it's you. And not just anyone who's listening to the stream and think, I'm going to now email Left of the Box and say I'm Soul Life and pose as an imposter. Okay. So, like I said, there are elections coming up in Canada, and we have this handy dandy election calendar. And right now it goes out to the end of 2025. It won't go out too far in the future because election times will change and whatnot. Also, these can change, like all the provincial elections can change depending. So like here, does it have Ontario? No, Ontario is set for 2026, but it wouldn't surprise me if it happens. Let's see, where am I going to make that bet? Actually in November. No, maybe earlier, October, so next year. I'm suspicious that it's going to happen next year. Hopefully not the spring, because I'm suspicious that's when the federal election is going to happen. So here we have, you can see the election type, municipal and provincial. That's because when we have municipal elections in Canada, across the province, they happen at the same time. So all the municipal elections happen in Ontario on one election day type thing, unless there's a by-election of some sort. And it's basically the same with, provincial and whatnot. Like different wards, city ward councilors and whatnot, there'd be a by-election, but no one city would have an election for all the different positions on a different day than the rest of the cities in the province. I don't even know if that's how it works in the States or not. So no city will have a by-election, but there might be ridings within a city, like a ward councilor, mayor, regional councilor, all that sort of stuff, depending if, something happens and they need to hold a by-election. So as we can see here, so if we look at provincial, we have British Columbia, where Lance of the Serfs is the secret prince, but don't tell him I told you the secret. And that is happening on October 19th, so it's coming up pretty quickly. And it wouldn't surprise me if Lance is caught up in a lot of that and why we won't be seeing much of him, because he tends to get very involved with the elections there, which is good. Personally, I would love to say the same here when an Ontario election comes. I encourage people to vote, but just given my experience with the NDP, for me to go and campaign with them and help them out, I can't, out of principle, considering what they've already done to me, even though I will encourage people to vote most likely for the NDP, given that they are the lesser of the evils. It's not even the two evils, it's the evils in general. Unless there's a possibility of the Green candidate winning in a particular riding, then I would suggest Green. But I'm all for, what I would love to see the next federal election is the Liberals and the NDP actually work together and be like, okay, which one of us has the more likely chance of winning? And then the other one step away from the election so that all the leftist votes consolidate under one, kind of like what they did in France. But, that is a pipe dream. And I know it's a pipe dream because literally here in Ontario, when Doug Ford first got elected, part of what helped him get elected was the Liberals were absolutely tanking. Like, you can only have so many years of one party in power before people just get sick of them and their numbers will drop drastically. And that was happening to the Ontario Liberals, and they knew without a doubt they were going to lose. They actually campaigned for the Conservatives, not the NDP, the Conservatives, because there was a good chance the NDP could have won had the Liberals actually put their support behind the NDP. But the Liberals would rather have a party in that fails than one that gets in and, succeeds, one that actually benefits the people. Because if the NDP were to actually govern on what they promise, there would not be another party in power. That's if they were to do that, because we have evidence from like Manitoba and BC that that's not always the case. So the Liberals actually supported the Conservatives in that election. So it'd be more likely that the Liberals would support Conservatives to make sure that the NDP don't get into power, which is just... Okay, so we have British Columbia provincial election October 19th, and then very soon after that, we have the New Brunswick election on October 21st, and I have some information about that. And then not too long after that, October 28th is Saskatchewan. Now, the Conservative leader in British Columbia, horrible. New Brunswick, you have Blair Higgs. We'll get a little bit into him. I've already talked about him. Horrible person. Saskatchewan, another horrible person. It's Scott Moe. Actually, I'm not talking about anything to do with the Saskatchewan election yet in my docket for today. I have talked a fair bit about Scott Moe. He actually is responsible for killing someone, 20 some odd years ago in a car accident. There's no evidence he was drunk. And he didn't really exactly apologize to the family either or anything of that sort. And they're also the province, Scott Moe, that used the notwithstanding clause, and we're going to be talking a little bit more about that, to force schools to out trans children if the children don't feel safe coming out at home, or force the teachers to misgender them, one or the other, because the notwithstanding clause should not exist in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, because it's basically in there to override people's rights and freedoms. It is absolutely off the wall. Okay, so we have, like I said, New Brunswick, or British Columbia, the 19th, New Brunswick, the 21st, and Saskatchewan, the 28th. So they're like back to back to back. And then there's a little bit of a break for provincial elections. So the next one would be in July, and that's Nova Scotia. So right now, we have a chance of getting Bill Higgs and Scott Moe out of office. It's a slim chance, but there is a chance. So, speaking of the upcoming British Columbia election, like I said, I covered them a fair bit already. We're going to cover them some more, because some of the things that I'm coming across from them, so here we have Stumpy Joe Childs says, I'm going to post this every day until the election because this alone, the BC Conservatives' willingness to use the notwithstanding clause to overrule the courts and implement their ideological will on the people should be immediately disqualifying, and I absolutely agree with that. So let's listen to this little clip.
We may end up getting a challenge in terms of the involuntary compassionate care.
I am sorry, this is really quiet for me. I hope it's not teeny tiny quiet for you guys. Oh, maybe if I actually put up the volume on my headset, then I think that probably has an effect. Yeah, I can hear better now. Let's start that over.
We may end up getting a challenge in terms of the involuntary compassionate care. We may end up getting a challenge from Section 7 under human rights. If that were to happen, we would certainly argue the case with the judge that this is the right thing to do for people and it's the right thing to do in British Columbia. But if the judge disagrees with us, then we would have to consider using the notwithstanding clause. We need to be in a position to be able to do what's right for people in British Columbia, and that should not be prohibited by a judge making a policy.
So what he just said there is that there was that the BC NDP put through that forced treatment for people with severe addictions, brain injuries, and mental health illness. And Rustard here, John Rustard, was, chiding the NDP for flip-flopping on it when they are fully wanting to be able to just force people into treatment to lock people up who are suffering from those ailments. And what he is literally saying here is like, I know this will probably get challenged in the courts because this is a violations of people's charters and rights and freedom. And, we'll argue it, but there's a good chance that the judge will rule against us, stating that this is a violation of Canadians' charters of rights and freedoms. And so if the judge does that, I'm just going to use the notwithstanding clause to violate those charters of rights and freedoms. Like, that is literally what he is saying there, that he doesn't give a fuck what the judge says. That if it rules that, yes, this is a violation of the charters of rights and freedoms, just go and do it anyway. And here's an article from Press Progress. I have a lot of articles from Press Progress. They do an amazing job covering Canadian political news. So, be sure to follow them and stuff. But I'm leaning on them heavily in this live stream. So from Press Progress, BC Conservatives threaten use of notwithstanding clause if courts rule involuntary care violates human rights. BC Conservative leader John Rustard is threatening to override the Charter of Rights and Freedoms if the courts rule against him. And this should be immediately disqualifying for a lot of people, that you have a leader of a party saying quite plainly he will violate people's human rights in BC if, the courts don't go in his favor. BC Conservative leader John Rustad recently threatened that his party would consider using the notwithstanding clause when it comes to involuntary care in BC. The notwithstanding clause allows the government to enact a law regardless of whether or not they violate human rights. The law essentially allows the government to override a portion of the Canadian Charters of Rights and Freedoms. Many opponents of the clause fear that its application in one area, such as drug use, could mean that it will also be used in relation to other rights and freedoms. And we're seeing this happening because already it's being used to take away the rights of trans children in Saskatchewan. It's been used in Ontario. It's been used in Quebec by conservatives. And they seem to be getting more and more at ease using it, because it used to be like, oh yeah, it's in the Charter of Rights and Freedom, but it would be taboo to use it. It would be a big faux pas to actually use it. It's there, but you're not really supposed to use it. And meanwhile, now the conservatives are like, yeah, so about that. And even Pierre Poilievre has threatened to use this on a federal level for bail reform. So right now we already have it for forced treatment, bail reform, and for trans children. That's already like the threats of the conservatives using it in those 3 areas alone. And like I said, it has been used in Ontario to force striking teachers back to work. So the law essentially allows government to override a portion of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. While speaking on a podcast about BC politics, Rustad claimed that if BC Conservative plan to put people who use drugs into involuntary care were challenged in the courts, he would consider using the notwithstanding clause to avoid being prohibited by a judge making a policy. So he's not going to let those damn courts tell him what he can and can't do with his province. That sounds more like a dictator than, a premier. So this was said in the clip that we just watched. Other candidates are now echoing Rustard's threat to invoke the notwithstanding clause. Another BC Conservative candidate, Tim Thielman for Victoria Beacon Hill, made a similar statement during an all-candidate event at James Bay, New Horizons last week when asked about people feeling unsafe due to mental health and addictions in Victoria. As John Rustad had said, we will proceed with involuntary care for those who need it. People that have overdosed twice in a day on fentanyl, people who are walking down the streets shouting at the sky and don't know where they are, Thielman said in a clip from the event obtained by Press Progress. Those people need us to reach out and grab their hands because they're not able to put up their hands themselves, and we will protect that program through the notwithstanding clause if we need to. All this does is kind of stereotype and demonize people who, live with addiction and mental health issues, to make people with mental health issues seem scary, like they're a threat to people, when people with mental health issues are more likely to be a target of violence rather than to enact violence themselves. So that means for a period of up to 5 years, we can ensure that the program moves forward so that it can't be blocked by the same activists that lobbied the government in the past to stop it from happening. So when the notwithstanding clause is enacted, it's set for 5 years. There is nothing that can overrule it, because the notwithstanding clause is overruling the courts. So there's nothing above it to strike it down once it's enacted. So once it's enacted, it's set in stone for 5 years. Nothing you can do about it, which is just horrid. And I think the idea is after the 5 years, if an election just happened, it would mean that there's the potential for a new government to be in power, so they can choose to keep it going or to let it just end. The BC Conservatives have already faced pushback for their approach to drug policy in BC, as well as their party's use of dehumanizing tropes, but DJ Larkin, lawyer and executive director of the Canadian Drug Policy Coalition, says invoking the notwithstanding clause could have broader implications. The notwithstanding clause essentially says that a law can remain in place even if it puts your life in danger to such an extent that it is disproportionate, it is unreasonable, and it is the most minimally impairing thing the government can do. And it is unreasonable, and it is not the most minimally impairing thing the government could do, Larkin told Press Progress. So when a politician says we would pursue this, even though there are other options out there that would be more effective and safer, I think that should give people pause, because that is quite a remarkable statement and is clear indication of you, someone who is looking to advance policy that is not effective and could be quite destructive. So instead of expanding treatment that people can voluntarily go into, instead of, expanding mental health care, all that sort of stuff, making that more available, they'll just use the notwithstanding clause to strip away people's rights. That is like, it would require work to expand all this mental health care and whatnot. And really, we just want those people to go away, is what the Conservatives are saying. Instead of opening up more safe consumption sites, instead of having more different types of treatment available, we'll just use the notwithstanding clause and lock them away against their will. Larkin adds that the process of individual challenges can be quite arduous and take up valuable public resources, something that could be avoided altogether. What is being put forward is this notion of protecting the legislation so that it can't be challenged under the Constitution, Larkin explained. That doesn't mean that it wouldn't be challenged. What it does mean is that more people would be harmed in the interim. Those challenges can end up taking longer because being more expensive and taking up more public resources rather than putting those resources into the services that people are asking for. Larkin says the reemergence of involuntary care as a solution and the doubling down by the BC Conservatives regarding the notwithstanding clause is the result of trying to offer up a simplified solution to a complex problem. Withdrawing support from things like harm reduction, again, is used as a way to oversimplify. So it tries to create a villain so that you can create a hero, and here the characterization of the villain is based on misinformation, and the characterization of the hero involuntary care is not supported by evidence, Larkin said. Leslie McBain, a drug policy advocate and co-founder of Mums Stop the Harm, says that by threatening to use the notwithstanding clause, the BC Conservatives are choosing fear over evidence. They're going backwards, McBain told Press Progress. It's fear over evidence. It seems to me what John Rustad and the Conservatives have done is instead of starting at the beginning of the spectrum, where we look at people with addictions as people with health challenges, with a health challenge, maybe a mental health challenge, how to support them and how to help them through their lives, help them stabilize and get better, he has gone to the most radical end of the spectrum, which is lock them up. McBain adds that the threat of using notwithstanding clause to force people into involuntary care feels like something in a police state. If you took one of those people who's hoping for recovery and threw them into involuntary care, you've taken away their freedom. They've been taken away from their community, and if they have no homes, where are they going to go? McBain said. They're going to go back to the community they came from, which is possibly the streets, and they'll be very vulnerable to the toxic drugs and will see deaths. And I've gone over this in great detail before about them forcing people into involuntary care. You can go and check that out. I've clipped it on my channel. McBain adds, as the co-founder of Mum Stops the Harm, she regularly speaks with families across the province and across the country who are struggling to get their loved ones into detox or recovery. They can't even get into detox right now because there's not enough facilities. They can't get their loved ones into voluntary evidence-based treatment because there isn't enough, McBain said. They just end up waiting for the terrible phone call. I got that phone call. I know what that's like, waiting for that. The Conservatives are going to spend, I'm not sure what figure they'll come up with, on involuntary care, and this is only a political move to make people have the perception of public safety. It's not going to work. It's inhumane. Just, yeah, horrible. And not only would he threaten to use the notwithstanding clause, he's apparently saying that he will direct police in BC. So this is from Grace Lore. She's a candidate for the NDP.
I'm about to head out door knocking for the day, but first BC. We need to talk about John Rustad, gun control, and violence.
I caught it that time. I caught it. Stupid autoplay on Twitter. So this is a candidate from BC, Grace Lore. And she says that Rustad said he would direct police in BC not to enforce federal gun laws that include restrictions on people who are the subject of protection orders or have committed family violence or stalking. We need to take action against femicide and for its survivors. And she's quote tweeting this here. And so this is Tracy Porteros. And she's parts of programs and training and preventing gender-based violence organizations. And she says, here's my reaction to hearing yesterday from John Rustad that he would not enforce federal gun laws, including Bill C-21, which includes more protections for those facing gender violence. I'm deeply alarmed by John Rustad's comments that he would not enforce federal gun laws such as Bill C-21, which gives police the power to remove guns from people subject to protection orders or involved in intimate partner violence. Communities have worked for years to establish safe and reasonable tools that will keep women and children safe across the province. We know that intimate partner violence continues to plague families in every community across BC. My concern is not about hunting, but about ensuring the people have continued power to do their jobs, including to confiscate firearms from dangerous individuals. By saying that he would strip police of this vital tool, Mr. Rustad would be putting lives and public safety at greater risk. This would put countless women and their kids at risk of being killed as a result of intimate partner violence. In my opinion, Mr. Rustad's comments on this matter are reckless and irresponsible. And she is the former executive director and founder of Ending Violence Association of British Columbia. So let's hear what Grace Lore has to say. Notice how it's now autoplaying, but without actually.
Yesterday, I'm about to head out door knocking for the day, but first we need to talk about John Rustad, gun control, and violence against women. Yesterday, Rustad said that he would direct police in our province not to enforce federal gun laws. Let me tell you about those. Section 70.1 of Bill C-21 revokes licenses from those who've engaged in domestic violence or stalking. Section 70.2 and 6.1 revoke or make people ineligible for a license if they are subject to a protection order or have been convicted of an offense involving violence. Directing police not to enforce these laws will put those at risk of gender-based and family violence at risk, and the consequences can be fatal. We need action on femicide. We need to continue to support survivors of gender-based violence. This is the exact opposite. When I say that the stakes are high, this is what I mean.
And just a little bit more here. So this is another NDP candidate in BC saying, Mike Farnworth, saying directing police to ignore gun safety laws is a serious threat to public safety. John Rustad's proposal is not only irresponsible, it endangers lives by weakening protections against gang violence. And he is quote tweeting Baltej Singh, you guys know me, another NDP candidate. He's a retired RCMP community leader. So we have here, I'm gravely concerned, John Rustad saying he will direct police to ignore federal gun laws in British Columbia. He's playing politics with public safety. So for people who, again, who don't know, criminal law in Canada is on a federal level. So criminal law is across the board, all the provinces the same. But a lot of police forces are municipally run and also, you know, can fall under some jurisdiction of provinces, I believe. So it's a little bit of a gray zone there. But to tell people, police forces, to just ignore federal gun laws, to tell, you know, the people who are supposed to be enforcing law to ignore them, is so, to me, this again is very disqualifying as a leader. You can't have somebody that is upset that they're not getting everything they want and then just forcing the issue through. This isn't what a democracy is. It's what a dictatorship is. And it's blowing my mind that this is becoming more and more the common stance of conservatives in this province, of using anything in their tool belt to just force their will on other people, even when evidence suggests that it will cost lives, it will put people in harm's way, that it's not even the popular opinion of what people in the province want. But we're seeing it over and over again with all the different conservatives premiers across the country. So we'll listen to this.
Regarding your party's position on federal gun laws, you said at a meet and greet in Fort St. John on August 12th, quote, "You will instruct police not to enforce those laws," end quote. I would assume you were talking about Bill B-21, but can you just elaborate on what you meant and where your party stands when it comes to federal gun laws?
So I think the gun laws that have been brought in by the federal government looking to take away and to seize guns from law-abiding citizens in British Columbia, I think is the wrong approach, especially when you're out in rural BC and with people that are there. So from my perspective, I think that's an overreach by government, and so I will not have any provincial resources being spent on their initiative.
Yeah, I, as somebody who is part of the government, don't like the overreach of government I don't like, but I will overreach as the government.
If they want to go ahead, fill their boots, but that's not something that, from a province's perspective, we would spend any resources doing.
Regarding your party...
And so more from Baltej. This isn't about hunting. The laws he wants to ignore restrict the kinds of guns that are used in violent crimes, like semi-automatic assault rifles, including AR-15 style weapons, and freeze handgun sales. This sends a shocking message to gangs. Under a John Rustad and government, they'll be able to import and carry these illegal guns with impunity. It would be It would undermine the ability of police officers to fight gang violence, and it will make their jobs and our communities less safe. Just this week, the RCMP seized a cache of weapons in Surrey. The law he wants to ignore also includes powers to help police seize guns from people with restraining orders against them who are involved in domestic violence. This comes after we learned that one of Rustad's candidates compared these gun safety laws with the internment camp of Japanese Canadians. This is who he's listening to on the issue, and I shared this clip when I was talking about the BC election in my last stream. At a time when we need to be backing up police and giving them more tools to fight gang violence, John Rustad's bizarre and dangerous commitment would undermine their work and make our communities less safe. So of course he's going to be friendly towards the police as a former law officer himself. I'm more for the defund, dismantle, reinvent. And more from Grace Lore. This is what I was talking about yesterday. In Canada, one woman is killed by a man every 48 hours. Choosing not to enforce gun laws that limit license and possession by those stalking violence to their partners will put more women's lives at risk. So before I play this one, we'll just backtrack to this one. Again, they're NDP candidates, so they're getting really vocal about this, and I'm kind of glad that they're really pushing back on this. So John Rustad's plan to not enforce assault rifle ban is astonishing. The same comments. Is this the same video? There was another video. Okay, this is a different one that I want to watch.
The provincial NDP is raising concerns about the Conservative leader's commitment to enforcing national gun regulations.
From my perspective, I think that's an overreach by government, and so I will not have any provincial resources being spent on their initiative.
John Rustad was commenting on changes to firearms laws brought in last year. They put new restrictions on handguns and place new restrictions on firearms. Rustad says Ottawa is free to enforce the changes with its own resources, including border guards, but it wouldn't be a priority for provincially controlled law enforcement officers.
I have family, I have friends.
So this is the person that I just read the thread of. So BC NDP candidate.
That work on the front lines of policing every day, and these statements are dangerous to them. They're put in harm's way when we say that these laws are not going to be enforced. We have victims of domestic violence, intimate partner violence, who are put in harm's way when these tools are taken from police officers.
Before entering politics, Baltej Dillon was an RCMP officer for 30 years in an anti-gang capacity.
His name is Baltej. Okay. I probably won't be able to remember that the next time I see his name. And then we'll just watch. Oh, I believe actually this is the exact same clip.
Harm's way.
Yeah, it's the exact same clip that Grace Lore tweeted out. So they were talking a lot about Bill C-21, and that's this bill right here. Former Bill C-21, keeping Canadians safe from gun crime. What former Bill C-21 is and what it means. Former Bill C-21 received royal assent on December 15th, 2023. It includes measures to combat gun crime, including codifying the national handgun freeze into law, increasing penalties for firearms smuggling and trafficking, and adding new offenses around ghost guns. So not too long ago, Justin Trudeau put a freeze on the sale of handguns. So for people who already have them, they can still have them, but no new guns can basically be sold. It also includes new harm reduction measure, including red flag laws and new license revocation provisions to help address the role of firearms in domestic, intimate partner, and gender-based violence, and in self-harm. So that's what the bill was for. I don't need, if people want to read more about all the details, you can. Let's see, a national freeze on handguns, a national freeze on the sale and purchase and transfer of handguns by individuals within Canada, and bringing newly acquired handguns into Canada came into focus in October 21st, 2022. It has since been codified through former Bill C-21. So if people want to read more into gun laws here in Canada, you can check out this. I will toss it into the sandbox. Now remember that I can do that. I can just toss things into the sandbox. Okay, so I still have a fair bit to go over with BC before I get into some of the other provinces, but that's it about the gun issues. And if you can, please support my content, because I found out from my last live stream where I covered this issue, talking about guns like this will actually demonetize the video. I don't know if I could fight it, because it's not like I'm promoting guns or anything of that sort. So if you can, please support my content. Because yeah, I clipped it as well, the talk about the one candidate being a gun nut and whatnot, and it's like, nope, limited. Well, so it's not completely defunded. It said, or demonetized. It said like it was limited in who it could go out to, and like whatever. They don't like it when Canadians talk about guns, apparently. So go and check the sandbox. Hello, MIDI doctors. John Martinez, if Rustad thinks he can force addicts to seek help, he's delusional. The addicts has to be the one. You can't legislate sobriety. Went into great detail, and this is becoming an issue right across the country, as we will get into. Let's see. Hello, Morbius Dragon. Hello, Crotchety. John Martinez here. Many people accused of domestic violence cannot get guns, and if they do get them, they get them illegally. Not every state has these protections, but they should. That's similar to Canada already, because you have to go through a vetting process in order to be able to get guns, and which will literally go and interview past partners to be like, would you feel safe with this person having a gun? So that's already kind of in place for getting new guns or new licenses. So this would be more for people who already have the guns. It would give the police the ability to take those guns away. Morbius Dragon, I detoxed on my own because I didn't want my OD to be on record in any way. I'm 6 months clean now. Oh, good to hear. That takes a lot, for sure, but it's really good to hear. Let's see. I try to glance. I want to read all the chat. You know, I know it's not that interesting just watching me watch the chat. Maybe I should get like a little cat video that plays in the background for when I'm quickly looking through the sandbox. Because I still have a lot to get over, so I'm just trying to, like I say, try to pick a comment that I know the context of, that's not part of like a ongoing conversation type thing. And I try to get to people who I maybe haven't read a comment from for a while. Crotchety, Rustad wants to import American child-killing gun culture. Germ, the hardest part is the physical part of addiction, but recovery takes forever. You know, good on people for doing it. Soul Life, when my brother got a handgun, he had to get several character witnesses and have them write something good about him. It was super awkward. Yes, I do not think that this person will kill anyone should he get a gun. Okay. See, do I need to go over this one? I think the press progress covers most of what I wanted in here. Sometimes I get very similar articles together because one uses a word that the other doesn't, and you know, like I say, I try to give like a very in-depth analysis of these issues because no one article tends to cover everything or have like all the different perspectives and stuff. So I try to, you know, make sure that I find ways of including it. I think I just need to read the first couple paragraphs of this one, and then the press progress article will get into more detail. So this is from City News. NDP uses BC United research to mount attacks on crackpot BC Conservatives. Almost 200 pages of research on BC Conservative Party, which sources within BC United confirm were compiled before the party dropped out of the British Columbia election campaign to support their former rivals, have come back to haunt the new alliance. The New Democrats are using the leaked documents to depict BC Conservative candidates as supporters of what they call crackpot conspiracy theories, including that Donald Trump won the 2020 U.S. presidential election and that January 6, 2021 riot at the U.S. Capitol involved Antifa in disguise. Two BC United members, speaking on condition of anonymity, confirmed Saturday that the documents were the results of research compiled by the party before the election campaign began, but denied being the source. So, just, again, the idea that we have people running for the Conservatives in BC right now that are like, oh yeah, Donald Trump totally won that election, and all the rioters you saw on Jan 6th, Antifa. Here's the Press Progress article about it that goes into a lot of detail. As they do, which is good. So, leaked dossier reveals 200 pages of conspiracies and controversial statements from John Rustad's BC Conservative candidates. Let's see. We don't need to read the byline. It's pretty much always rewritten in the first paragraph. British Columbia, soon to be defunct center-right BC United Party, prepared a nearly 200-page dossier of opposition research on John Rustard's far-right BC Conservatives. And now the entire document has leaked onto the internet in the middle of the election campaign. Wow. So there used to be two conservative parties in British Columbia. Now, often what happens when you have two conservative parties that actually threaten to split the vote, one will drop out. They tend to work a lot better towards their goals than the left does. And so one will drop out. And in this case, it was the one that was closer to the center that dropped out. And so before an election, as is normal, different parties will do oppo research on the other candidates. And so the BC United Party had done oppo research on the Conservatives. And some of the United Party are now candidates. Some aren't part of it. Some are probably just, you know, they're conservative, but not far right-wing nut jobs and are concerned about what's happening. And so all that oppo research that they did before they kind of dropped out has been leaked. Wow. The document, which was uploaded to Scribd and posted, I don't know if I said that right, and posted on social media by former BC Liberal MLA and current radio broadcaster Jazz Joel, focuses largely on past statements posted on social media by BC Conservative leader John Rustad and his party's candidate. So Jazz Joel says, sorry, I had an uploading issue. Here's the full Oppo research that was conducted by BC United. I recently received it. You can decide whether it matters to you. The senior BC United sources confirmed to Press Progress that the Oppo dossier shared by Joel is authentic, but qualified that it was an earlier draft of a working file and therefore doesn't contain everything. Wow, so there's even more. So what they present, it's worse. Metadata associated with the PDF lists BC United lead researcher as the primary author of the dossier. During elections, political parties typically gather information about their opponents, something which is called opposition research, or OPPO. While this term is sometimes used derisively, this material can also shine a light on problematic or dangerous beliefs held by candidates for public office. The material contained in the BC United Oppo dossier ranged from serious to strange and offer insights into the thoughts of those who want the power to create or repeal laws that could impact the public in ways informed by such mindsets. For example, the dossier included transcripts from a video blog featuring Sheldon Clare, who I've been talking a fair bit about. He's the gun nut. The BC Conservative candidate for Prince George North Caribou that BC United claims that shows him comparing Canada to Germany 1933 and willing to commit insurrection. Wonderful person to have as a candidate. A close reading of the transcript shows Claire discussing gun control and stating that what's happening in this country right now is almost akin to static oppression. Claire states that Canadians need to be willing to take up action that's necessary to stand up for themselves in the face of tyranny. I know I'm saying that wrong. Yeah, so you have somebody basically saying if they try to enact laws that I don't like, let's revolt. I'm all for a revolution, but a different kind. Canada turning into Germany 1933, willing to commit insurrection. That's just great, having a candidate saying, you know what, I am willing to commit an insurrection. Does that give me a pass to become a candidate that I'd be willing to commit an insurrection against a democratically elected government? There is a risk of being criminal, not turning guns in when asked, but I mean, that's what's happening in this country right now is almost akin to... I'm saying this wrong. My dyslexic brain is saying like statistic, but it's not that. There's no ick in it. Statist, oppression. And I know where I fit if it's 1933 and they're trying to break people and they're trying to segregate them and divide them. He's also the one that referred to himself as a minority under attack. I know where I sit and I know where my decisions are in that case, and I think people need to look in the mirror and answer that question for themselves. And they need to know they are not alone, that there are people that feel exactly as I do. Normally when you say that statement, it's like, and they need to know they are not alone. There are lots of people that feel exactly as they do is usually how that statement would go, as opposed to, no, they all feel the same as me. They need to stop being afraid, and they need to think for themselves, and they need to be willing to take any action that's necessary to stand up for themselves in the face of tyranny. If this is where country is going, we have a huge problem. If there's no political solution to our problems, that leads to a very scary path, which people may very well be forced to tread. And that was on his gun blog video. Wow. There's like so few gun-toting radicals like that in Canada, and I want to keep it that way. On the stranger side, the dossier include a photograph of Claire, who is former president of Canada's National Firearm Association, dressed in an outfit resembling a 19th century European colonial soldier stationed in occupied lands in Africa. BC United labeled this as potentially insensitive colonial costume with a gun. Potentially insensitive? Oh, look, potentially insensitive colonial costume. I would say it's definitely insensitive colonial costume there. Yeah, you know exactly what he would be doing back in the day. Other posting from BC Conservative candidates should raise questions about what kind of content they are consuming online, let alone their grasp on the reality. They're like Facebook candidates. Facebook memes have become candidates, conservative candidates in these elections. It's wild. Jordan Keeley, a BC Conservative candidate in Peace River North, appears in the dossier discussing what BC United described as government plan to eat bugs and control the weather. Oh, control the weather, you say? Wonder what kind of undertones are with that conspiracy theory. We do question if this is all planned, Keeley wrote in a 2023 Facebook post. I was right, it is all Facebook. They're going after vitamins and supplements right now, so we won't have access to them. Control the food so you control the people. Will you eat bugs because there's nothing else? Keeley's post, which linked a 2015 Global News article about Ontario cricket farm that hopes bugs are the future, echoes comments from BC Conservative leader John Rustad himself made in a speech at an event describing the Freedom Convoy, which he warned children would be forced to eat bugs. And we actually went over that before. So Keeley Farms government plans to eat bugs and control the weather. Okay, we went over the eat bugs part, but let's see. So he apparently posted, we do question if this is all planned, killing off the small farms, controlling where you get your food, or if you get food. They're going after vitamins, supplements right now, so we don't have access to them. Can't see the news online now. Facebook did do that. They did stop linking to news here in Canada because of fights over royalties and money and whatnot. Control the food and you control the people. And just on a side note with that, when Facebook did that, it actually led to an explosion of fake news and all of this propaganda popping up because it filled the void that actual news had been covering. So will you eat bugs? Nothing else? Okay. And we know that they could seed and spray things in the air. What are they doing it for? Where's the information about the data to support continuing to do it? What are the unintentional or intentional harms from messing with the weather? Unpredictable weather extremes maybe, drought, fires. China is doing weather modification in an area larger than India soon, if not already. How are these people candidates? How do they stand a chance of winning? And this is just repeating what's in that post. So I guess another post from him. Will you stand up when you don't have food to eat? I bet you'll be too weak by then to fight back. What do you think? How can we fight back? How can we unite and take our lives back? If we don't stand up for new future generations, won't have a chance. If they kill off the farms, they control food, control people. What will you do? So another person that seems really keen on insurrection. And the thing that always gets me about these, generally speaking, white men, usually, not always, but predominantly white men, is they're not suffering. You know, these are people who, generally speaking, again, not monolith, can afford to put groceries on the table, can afford their places, have their own homes. You know, their quality of life, it's usually pretty good. You know, they're not struggling with disabilities. They're not, you know, being targeted as a minority. They're generally speaking well off. And they're the ones that are yelling about being oppressed and stuff like that. And it goes back to the idea of people of privilege. When other people get that same privilege, it can feel like their privilege is being taken away. Like their rights and stuff are being taken away when you even out that playing field, because other people now have those same rights. And it's like, they're just terrified they're no longer going to be at the top. That they're no longer going to be the people in control of culture and society and, the top of the social pecking order. That they're going to lose their white power supremacy. Mike Harris, that's not the Mike Harris and not the other Mike Harris, but this Mike Harris. So Mike Harris used to be Premier of Ontario, and his son is actually an MPP in Ontario, and his name is Mike Harris Jr. But a Mike Harris from BC, the Conservative candidate for Langford, is featured in a dossier touting dubious claims that it is possible to kill COVID-19 by simply blowing a hairdryer up one's nose. Blow dryers have heating elements and fan, explains a graphic Harris shared 3 years ago, which is a little bit more information on that one specifically right here. So I'm not going to read this whole article about it. People can read it themselves, but here is what that post has said. The viruses die within just a few minutes when exposed to higher air temperatures. The video explains the human body, when infected with severe virus, attempts to do this on its own by producing a fever. The very same process could be used with patients. If we could raise the temperature of the patient's sinuses high enough, the virus would die. The video suggests those experiencing symptoms should blow hot air up their nose with hair dryer as a home remedy for COVID-19. Blow hot air up their nose. It's like blowing hot air up their ass. Like, it's just... the idea that you're just aiming a hair dryer in your face, your hair's blowing back, you're like, yeah, I'm curing COVID right here. As you like dry out your sinuses and get nosebleeds. The common, widely available handheld blow dryer used for drying hair contains heating elements and fan that can instantly deliver forced air treatments at or above the eradication temperature threshold for coronavirus. The video notes, take slow, deep breaths through the nose with the mouth closed for 5 minutes while allowing the heat to penetrate deeply into the nose and sinuses. Wow. Oh, there's a video on this? Okay. We're going to watch the video.
Breathing deeply for just a few minutes in any of these hot locations will kill a high percentage of any coronavirus that happens to be invading the upper respiratory system. And a second or third exposure, about an hour apart, will kill the rest. No desert or sauna available? No problem.
No desert available for you to go hang out on when you have COVID?
Common, widely available handheld blow dryer used for drying hair contains a heating element and a fan that instantly deliver forced hot air temperatures that will kill coronavirus even faster, much like a convection oven does.
Then why don't you just stick your head in the convection oven? Just do that. Just shove your head in the convection oven.
And because you can concentrate heat onto just the infected area of the body, the nose and sinuses, you can safely use this approach even if you already have a fever.
No, it's not safe. Forcing hot air up your nose, not safe. Like, it's just, it's meant to be moist in these areas. Like, how extreme would this get? Be like, well, this blow dryer isn't working. Why don't I just toss this vacuum cleaner into reverse?
Here's what to do. Step 1. Turn the hairdryer to the lowest setting and then cup fingers over the air intake to slow the airflow and increase its output temperature. Step 2. With the other hand, use a spray bottle filled with water to frequently moisten the facial surface around the nose and mouth. The flow of
Squirt, 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 squirt. Who believes this? Who? Using heat temperatures at 56 C, 133 Fahrenheit. That's what you have to get your nostril temperature to? Using a hairdryer sauna shows how to kill coronavirus at home in 15 minutes using heat temperatures at 56 degrees Celsius or 133 degrees Fahrenheit.
of hot air causes the water to evaporate, keeping the face and nose cool, while allowing heat to penetrate deeply into the nose and sinuses. Take slow, deep breaths through the nose with the mouth closed for 5 minutes.
Oh, and in case I don't, in case I need to make this clear, do not follow this advice. Disclaimer, I'm not promoting this advice. I'm not suggesting anyone should do it. In fact, I'm very much recommending you don't.
To minimize any discomfort, turn the blow dryer aside in between breaths so that warm air is directed toward the face and nose only while inhaling. The goal is to raise the inside of the nose and sinuses to the coronavirus kill temperature of 56 degrees Celsius or 133 degrees Fahrenheit during the entire treatment period. So use the highest temperature setting you can safely tolerate. Step 3. After pausing for 1 hour, begin another 5-minute hot air treatment. If no symptoms have appeared, 2 heating cycles per day should be sufficient for prevention. However, if symptoms have already developed, 5 of these alternating heating-cooling cycles per day are recommended until symptoms disappear. If widely used, this simple cold arrest hyperthermia therapy can help to halt any further spread of COVID-19.
Do not do this. Do not do that. Wow. And so that's what a BC candidate was putting out, but, he'll deny it. So this was said in those videos there, and so we'll just scooch down. In a statement to Press Progress, Harris confirmed the post appeared on his LinkedIn profile, but insists, I didn't post it. My staff probably thought it was going to help with the virus, Harris said. Wink, wink. How are these, you have to pass a vetting to get in to be a party. So is there just no vetting to let these people get in? Or is this like a feature and not a bug to have the most conspiratorial nut jobs in their party? Other BC Conservative candidates appeared to share conspiratorial beliefs with some of the most hardcore far-right mega Trump supporters in America. In a section of the dossier titled Crazy Views on U.S. Politics, BC Conservative Surrey White Rock candidate Brian Tipper is included in BC United for sharing memes denying that the storming of the Capitol on January 6 and claiming it was a false flag operation by elites. And there he is. Another section of the dossier shows Cowichan Valley, BC Conservative candidate John Curry responding to former U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton on Twitter earlier this year. You lost and Trump won, Curry wrote, in adding that Trump won twice, soon 3 times, an apparent reference to denials that the 2020 election results was legitimate. Actually replied to Hillary Clinton. Not that she would have ever seen it, but my God. To be that devoted to that conspiracy theory, to be like, Hillary, Trump totally wrong. And that's the screenshot of the tweet right there. You lost, Trump won 3 times soon. You are a corrupt liar who should be indicted and tried. Elsewhere, Curry is listed as having liked a 2023 tweet from US-based MAGA account about QAnon-adjacent theory about elite pedophile ring operating in Hollywood. Funny how you can't see what people liked on Twitter anymore. Do you support Mel Gibson's plan to expose... Oh, it will actually be on here. So this is the screenshot of the tweet. Do you support Mel Gibson's plan to expose an elite pedophile ring operating at the heart of Hollywood system? Yes or no? In February 2024, tweet, Buckley Valley Streakin' BC Conservative candidate Sharon Hartwell replied to Twitter account calling Trump Army, asking if Democrats cheated and the President Donald Trump won the election. And she replied, yes. BC Conservative Langley Absurd Harmon Bang. I don't have the disclaimer on here, but when I go back to the main screen, I'm throwing that disclaimer back up about how I can't pronounce people's names, who makes numerous appearances throughout the 200-page dossier, is documented in 2022 tweeting promoting a widely debunked far-right conspiracy falsely claiming January 6 insurrections were actually undercover members of Antifa. Antifa broke into the Capitol on January 6 too, he wrote, but if you read the Jan 6 report, you would know Antifa dressed up as Trump supporters, and that's him there, and that's a screenshot of his tweet. The dossier also includes a 2012 photo posted on Instagram by him featuring a photo of himself holding a bottle of Herminator beer, which he describes as... I don't want to say that. That's very grapey. This man is a candidate. Just going to highlight what this says. I don't even want to say it. That is disgusting. And very, very grapey. Oh. Online conspiracies popular with Canadian far right about climate change or COVID-19 public health measures are recurring themes throughout the dossier. Elsewhere in the dossier, BC United highlights conspiratorial posts from Kelowna Centre BC Conservative candidate Christina Lowen. In a Facebook group called Reject New World Order BS, Lowen posted a message referring to the 15-minute city conspiracy, asking group members if they heard that a test city in the UK had not fared well. Oh my God. It's every conspiracy theory. 15-minute cities are a good thing, actually. It's just like every conspiracy theory is on this dossier, including ones I've never heard of, like shoving a blow dryer up your nose. In other postings, BC United says Lowen promoted conspiratorial content railing against UN world order and claiming banking was a WEF plot, referring to far-right conspiracies about World Economic Forum. And there you can see the post. There's more. This is a long article. Wow. Chris Sankley, a BC Conservative candidate for North Coast Haida Gwaii, appeared in section of the dossier highlighting conspiratorial beliefs about climate change. BC United highlights a December 2023 tweet which shows Sankey claiming the climate agenda is a WEF depopulation conspiracy. A leading climate scientist, and so this is a post from him. A leading climate scientist previously engaged with the World Economic Forum has made a controversial claim asserting that WEF F's environmental agenda is actually guise for depopulation the planet under the pretense of ecological preservation. I thought fossil fuel. Another one. Vancouver Point Grey BC Conservative candidate Paul Rochford is featured amplifying message from far-right People Party candidate calling for the arrest of Dr. Bonnie Henry. So this is an anti-vaxxer from the looks of it, because nobody was forced to take an injection against their will. Coerced, definitely, but not forced in Canada. Nobody was pinned down and a needle shoved in their arm. And that's his posting there. In November 2023, the thing is that this wasn't even long ago. Like, these are some long ago posts from when they were young, naive, and didn't know things, you know, part of a rabbit hole or something. This is yesterday. You know, this is what's on their mind right now. This is who they are. This isn't some like, oh, I've grown up since this. No, this is who they are right now. In November 2023, BC Conservative candidate Tara Armstrong from Kelowna Lake Country Coldstream replied to a tweet from Vancouver radio broadcaster Jody Vance asking our audience to listen to a doctor who specializes in vaccines. So Jody had tweeted out, "For much loved friends who've told me I'm going to pass on the latest vaccine, while your choices are yours, please do read this thread." And Tara replies, sharing Pete Holtz, I see, do you realize he's bought and paid for by Big Pharma, flat out refuses any debate about the risk versus reward of these injections. He's a total fraud. You might want to study up a bit before pushing this kind of narrative. There's more. Other postings by BC Conservative candidates suggest consolation of resentments about problematic beliefs about women, gender, and sexuality and race. Brian Burgett, the BC Conservative candidate in Vancouver Langara, appears numerous times associated with sexist and misogynistic statements that suggest a consolation of resentments of, okay, just doubled up that. So he whose website bio indicates he has embraced married life is quoted in 2024 tweets criticizing women who choose not to breastfeed their infants. And he says, I really just can't with this insane nihilism. You fucking decided to have a baby, act as a fucking mother. Jesus Christ, get your priorities right. But of course, Reddit thinks it's just my body, my choice decision. Some people don't have the ability to breastfeed. And yeah, it is my body, my choice. BC Conservative Party spokesperson Anthony Cook is on the record stating that he would personally resign if his friend, that guy, was ever removed as a candidate. The BC Conservative candidate in Prince George Fairmount Rosalind Bird is featured in the dossier promoting anti-LGBTQ+ views. Not shocked. Earlier this year, Bird shared a Rebel Media video from the account Anti-Woke Canadian describing Pride supporters as groomers and claiming the government wants to castrate kids. Wow. And you know what? This falls under hate speech. In Canada, you can't call queer folks groomers just because that's actually a hate speech law. So yeah, you can see here she retweeted this. Anti-woke Canadians, nothing rallies a bunch of groomers like the government saying can't castrate kids anymore. Absolutely disgusting and beg. Danielle Smith, don't give in, and absolutely disgraceful that Pierre doesn't have her back. Oh, Pierre definitely has her back on this one. Numerous postings from BC Conservative candidate Paul Rochford are included in the 200-page dossier, including one criticizing Vancouver Canucks of use of Pride-themed practice jerseys. This is what you are proud of. Violent, antisocial trans extremists increasingly define the movement. Be careful what you endorse. And that is a screenshot taken out of context. Exactly, there's nothing to be proud of. Ratchford, whose Vancouver Point Grey riding in the same as where the University of British Columbia is located, has also called for defunding UBC on the basis that School of Kinesiology hired a professor who area specialization is race and ethics. We don't need to defund the CBC. We need to defund UBC, race, ethics, and physical culture. How long is this article? My God. I think it's almost done. Yeah, it's almost done. Okay. Tim Thielman, BC Conservative Canada, and Victoria Beacon Hill is included in the dossier for a tweet replying to City News story about public reaction to white supremacist daycare that advertised itself as whites-only space for proud parents of European children looking to escape from diversity. So for all those people who don't think Canada is a racist country, whites-only daycare. Gross, Thielman replied, adding, will the Victoria Police Department be investigating the racially segregated social clubs in Victoria? Thielman included a link to the University of Victoria's BIPOC Support Hub, an organization that provides community support to students who are Black, Indigenous, or people of color. Yeah, because, you know, white nationalism and having white spaces only is the exact same as having support for BIPOC. Last month, BC United leader Kevin Falcon surprised everyone, including his own MLAs, announcing his party would fold and effectively merge with Rustad's five-seat BC Conservatives, a party previously relegated to the fringe of BC politics, receiving only 1% of the vote during the last election. Who the fuck paid him off, and how much did he get? Wow. As part of the terms of the BC United to stand down, Falcon said BC United candidates would run under the BC Conservative banner, and all candidates would be reevaluated under an improved vetting process. So these are people who have been re-vetted. Okay. Despite this, only several BC United candidates actually joined the BC Conservatives. A number of former BC United candidates are currently running as independents. If you are in BC, you need to vote in the provincial election. Because I'm not done with this yet. I'm not done. So this is from Mo Amir. In an interview with former People's Party candidate Laura Lynn Tyler Thompson, Rustad espoused the belief that climate narrative is part conspiracy to reduce the global population. We have video of the whole depopulation climate change conspiracy theory.
For some reason, this narrative about climate, it wants to reduce this, and I can only put it to the fact that somehow they think that we need to reduce the world population. It's sort of an anti-human agenda. And I just, like I say, in good conscience, I cannot stand up and support that. And quite frankly, I think if people around British Columbia and Canada knew this was what the agenda was, they wouldn't be supporting it either. And everybody I talk to, they have the same sort of response. They go like, oh my God, how could we as a country, how could we as a province want to actually do these things?
Wow, I am so happy to hear you talking like this because so few politicians seem aware. We have had people talking about depopulation out loud, including Anthony Fauci and Bill Gates, and you kind of think that's got to be some kind of joke. But when you...
Like I always say, the right is very good at cross-border solidarity. You know, they're very good at building off of each other's conspiracy theories, supporting each other. And I struggle to get onto leftist shows to help build that same solidarity across borders. Because a lot of people on the left in the States, it's not a monolith, don't see why it's important to cover Canadian politics because American politics is so much bigger, which is true. But you see a lot more cross-border solidarity down in the States with right-wingers up here in Canada, and this is a result of it. Look at these candidates. They prop each other up. They support each other. There's probably a lot of funding going to each other. Like part of the reason why when I got onto Rebel HQ for TYT, that was part of my goal, was to build more cross-border solidarity on the left. But like every time I even call into the majority report, I can see it in the chat. People saying, why should we care about what happens in Canada? You know, none of the hosts, like, you know, Sam and Emma seem very interested in what I'm usually saying. But in the chat, you can see a lot of it, like, it doesn't matter, Canada doesn't matter, we don't need to hear this, get off the... Like, I've seen those comments, I don't care about them personally. But, you know, there seems to be a lot more reluctance on the left to actually build that cross-border solidarity, I find. Which, you know, is detrimental to our cause, because look at how much it is benefiting the right. We should be able to do this too.
You start seeing that all these food processing plants across the world have been somehow starting on fire. And then you see some of the world events that we faced this last 3 years, and the global push to, with the nitrogen and carbon and reducing your animals, you begin wondering, you know, with the UN Agenda 2030, I'm not certain if you know about that, but it does seem to lead to a concerted effort that's not very people positive, you know?
It's anti-civilization.
It's not. You know, a lot of the movements around the world, even ones that are going, it's not anti-civilization, it's anti-white supremacy. But that threatens his civilization, her civilization. I'm not done. I'm not done. So this is from the BC NDP Twitter account. John Rustad candidate is spreading conspiracy theories about vaccines causing AIDS. There's everything. Every conspiracy theory possible is being carried in this party. To the point that the vaccines, oh, it's not autism they're causing, it's AIDS. With views like this, Rustad would drive away doctors and nurses, not recruit more.
Agree with your candidates? And John, I'm going to ask you this question. You have a candidate on the North Coast. His name is Chris Sankey. He's tweeting out that COVID vaccines cause AIDS. So do you agree with your candidates? Like, do you find that acceptable that your candidate would do that? How would you recruit? And I know, you know, I just want to make sure that you know that this is a real thing. I'm going to pass you a copy of the...
So Chris Sankey, who we talked about in that last article, is quote tweeting, Canadian government admit 74% of triple vaccines vaccinated now have VAIDS. So they're calling it VAIDS. In startling new information coming to light, many people who got the mRNA vaccine in Canada are now finding out their immune systems have been severely damaged. And he replies or quotes tweet, "No more, no Canadians should tolerate this." Somebody asking what is VAIDS, and he says, vaccine-acquired immune deficiency syndrome, which is just cut off on the screen for you guys, but I can see it under here. Wow. I have been vaccinated like 6 times. I don't have this. No one who's been vaccinated has this. People's immune systems have been crashing lately, but that's usually from repeated infections of COVID, not because of the vaccine. Wow. All of them. All the conspiracy... Like, I didn't even hear about this one. Like, these are new conspiracy theories to me that I never knew existed and wish I never knew existed.
The tweet right there. how do we recruit the doctors and nurses that we need if you've got candidates out there that want to sit around the cabinet table, that want to represent their communities? They say that COVID vaccines cause AIDS. And John, I'm going to ask you this.
I'm not done. I don't need to read over this entire article, but I want to show it so that people can look it up later on if you want to read it, because we've talked a fair bit already about the policies in BC about safe consumption sites, the forced treatment and whatnot. But just like, it's bad under the NDP. Like, the fact that the NDP proposed the forced treatment is horrendous. The Conservatives are far worse. Like, they applaud it, they cheer it on, they would want to do it more. Drug policy experts say BC Conservatives' dehumanizing rhetoric about people who use drugs is going too far. They're eliciting emotional reactions like disgust, fear, and anger. Drug policy experts in British Columbia are calling out John Rustad, BC Conservatives, for weaponizing dehumanizing rhetoric aimed at people living in Vancouver's downtown East Side neighborhood. One of the party's top candidates recently compared people who use drugs in downtown Eastside to stray animals, while the party itself has been posting inflammatory videos using exploitive footage of people using drugs in public to score political points. And I covered this story, the stray animal comparison one, in the live stream where I was talking more about BC politics again. Guy Felicia, a Vancouver-based harm reduction and recovery advocate, says this kind of rhetoric only serves as a way to justify coercive policies like involuntary care for people who use drugs. BC Conservative candidate Eleanor Strucko recently faced criticism for suggesting people who use should be rounded up. So yeah, that's what I covered in the last one. And it looks like Guy is replying to that when she mentioned that song, The Arms of an Angel, and was singing that song. I was just appalled, Felicia told Press Progress. I was like, is that a joke? That's not funny. What they're mentioning as well is rounding up people and putting them in forced treatment, and it can cause catastrophic damage to people's lives. In Strucko's full speech at the Freedom House in August, she mentioned that she was downtown to visit business, which had been impacted by street disorder due to nearby SRO. Felicia said this demonstrates that BC Conservatives' focus is not on improving the lives of people who use drugs, but on demonizing them instead. She goes down there to see a business because her narrative is really policing instead of supporting people. The frustrating part about it is that they are seriously focused on criminalizing people who use substances and criminalizing people who struggle with addictions. Felicia said, adding that they are talking about criminalizing people for what they are coping, for the way they're coping and using substances to distract them from the underlying issues of trauma, verbal abuse, physical and sexual abuse. Felicia said that forcing people into treatment will further push them into isolation and make them afraid to reach out for support. What that will do is cause people to reverse, which will not make people reach out for support. Felicia added, if you look at the Conservative platform, as well as talks about basically the shutdowns of supervised consumption sites and harm reduction services and making things more challenging for people to access. Okay. See, I wanted to skip down. So the BC Conservatives then shared a post alluding to the video while using an image of a child with an ice cream cone for comedic effect. BC. Did I miss what I wanted to say? Oh, an election ad shared on social media by BC Conservatives included footage filmed inside a Port Alberni Dairy Queen showing two individuals using drugs outside. The BC Conservatives mockingly wrote, "What's your favorite flavor? Vanilla, chocolate, meth." The BC Conservatives then shared the post alluding to the video while using an image of a child with an ice cream cone for comedic effect. This was directed at drug users and advocates, but it's accurate across the board. They're eliciting emotional reactions like disgust, fear, and anger to prevent desperately needed public policy discussions we've never had, Ward told Press Progress. If you don't want public drug use, you need to implement public indoor spaces to use drugs, Ward said. Governments realized this when there was alcohol prohibition. We don't want public drinking, so we have government licensed indoor liquor establishments, aka public houses or pubs. Okay, so people can look up the rest of that article if you like. And then just one more quick thing. Indigenous-led campaign against gender-based violence tells John Rustad to stop wearing its pin. A grassroots campaign to end gender-based violence has sent a letter to BC Conservative leader John Rustad for informing him it is withdrawing permission for him to wear its symbol. The Moose Hide campaign is an Indigenous-led effort that began in BC more than a decade ago to engage men and boys in ending violence towards women and children. According to the organization, moose hide is a symbol of taking a stand against violence and undoing the effects of residential schools. Supporters often wear a small square patch of moose hide pinned to their lapel. Rustad has frequently worn the symbol to show his support for the Moose Hide campaign. CTV News has obtained a copy of the letter to Rustad from the campaign's co-founder, spokesperson Raven Laserte. Elected leaders have a unique level of responsibility, accountability to uphold public standards of respect, including the respect for Indigenous peoples and those along gender continuum. Ravine wrote in an October 1st letter, "It is our position that you are not upholding these standards." And CTV News has reached out to Rustad through the BC Conservative Party for comment on the issue raised by the Moose Hide campaign and the AFM, but it's not yet received a response. Not shocking. Wow. Oh. That is. If you're in BC, if you know anyone in BC, vote. If you're in BC, you need to go out and vote. If you know anyone in BC, you need to get them to vote. This is wild. Absolutely wild. That these candidates are allowed, like some of them are breaking hate speech laws, but they're allowed to run as candidates. These wild conspiracy theories. Like when you have people who are candidates for a party running and platforming these conspiracies, it gives those conspiracies legitimacy. That you have public officials, potential, leaders of provinces spewing this nonsense without any pushback, it gives all of those conspiracy theories legitimacy. If any of those candidates win, it gives those conspiracies legitimacy. Because this person won on the fact that they thought vaccines were giving people AIDS. So if he got in with that, well, then maybe there's some truth to it. Like, I know Canada has been going a little downhill recently, but this is like off a cliff. It's just so wild that this is a thing. This is a thing. Like, I'm going to check the Sandbox. Curious to see what you guys have been saying about all this. Let's see. Hello, Bad Lefty. Lady Badash. A lot of people have joined the chat. Welcome. John Martinez. I imagine heat would super spread the virus. Don't point a hairdryer up your nose and turn it on. Never a good call. Never. Mm-mm. Hello, Looney Tunes 9000. Like, I'm used to them blowing hot air out their ass, not up their nose. Oh. Soul Life starts seeing conservatives in public with a red ring around their nose. Yeah, if you see a dry, cracked up nose and sinuses and stuff like that, you know that they probably had, COVID sometime recently. Oh. Germ. Oh crap, I have a hairdryer to return. Let's see. People chatting amongst yourselves. Yeah, bad lefty. Do not try this at home, chat. Well, nope, no, just don't. So, like, I bought a hairdryer from the thrift store because it looked brand new for $4. Now I have a use for it. Yeah. Cures any ailment. You got the runs? Just shove it up your ass and hit go. Yeah, who the fuck, Looney Tunes 9000, who the fuck does this at 56 degrees Celsius? Okay, you guys are getting quite dirty in the sandbox. John Martinez, there's no vetting for conservatives clowns here. There must not be a vetting process in Canada either. Thing is I think there is. It's just that's features if you believe in conspiracy theories. That's not something that rules you out. That's something that helps you get in. Crotchety, yeah, I think you're right, Sandy. It's a feature. They represent their constituents of far-right nuts. Let's see. Got some wows, 100s and stuff, but I'm not entirely sure what that's in relation to. Looney Tunes 9000, is that beer made out of piss from a Trump supporter? Ew. Ew. John Martinez, let's not forget, Trump told those who had COVID symptoms to drink bleach to cure it. So maybe the spray that they're using on their face, instead of it being water, they could just make it into bleach. So when they're alternating between blowing the hot air up their nose, they can then spray their face with bleach. Crotchety, I'm glad that's a hate speech law saying that garbage incites violence against LGBTQ people. It absolutely does. And there has been people sued for for drag queen story times being targeted. They were targeted and called groomers and all this sort of stuff and harassed. And so they sued the person doing it. And yeah, it's covered under hate speech laws here. You can't just, publicly target someone who's queer and say, oh, they're a groomer, they're a pedophile, and all this sort of stuff, like these baseless lies, and get away with it in Canada. We have laws to protect people against that sort of thing. Soul Life. I was a functional addict for 2 to 3 years. Nobody knew until I almost died from a bag of what was likely poorly mixed fentanyl. I'm glad you made it. Yeah, I heard that my father was a functional alcoholic, and because he was a functional alcoholic, people enabled his drinking. Like they would make sure he gets his beers and all that sort of stuff, and because, oh, well, he's a functional alcoholic. He's quite nice when he's drunk all the time. I don't know. That's just what I heard when I went to his funeral. Morbius Dragon. Does anyone remember when conspiracy theories were fun, like talking to a friend about the Kennedy assassination or whether Bigfoot really exists or not? Yeah, there's an old movie I remember watching called Conspiracy Theory, I believe. Was like Mel Gibson in it or something. And it's like, I used to think like, oh, it must be interesting to live in the world of somebody who believes in all these conspiracy theories because it makes the world so much more interesting and stuff. The surveillance state and all that sort of stuff, like tinfoil hat type stuff. But now I just look at all of it and it's too chaotic. Like it is just a mess of nonsense. And I like, how does anyone believe this stuff? And we're not done. We're just done with BC. We're about to get into Alberta where the premier is talking about chemtrails. Like it's absolutely wild. Crotchety, I usually hear conservatives talking about depopulation of minorities and people with disabilities. Well, a lot of the policies that they put in place will cause people to lose their lives, without a doubt. But it doesn't target the groups of people that support them, so it's okay. It's not okay. But they don't care. Like, they would care if it turns out that their child or something all of a sudden gets forced into one of these treatments and it has a detrimental effect on them. Or maybe they wouldn't. Like, I don't know. I've known some conservatives before that, the whole pull them up by the bootstrap stuff, and if their kid fails and falls flat on their face, they're like, tough, you deal with it, and walk away from them. It's disgusting. And they like to call themselves the party for the family type thing. Crotchety, I see people in Canada with Don't Tread on Me flags and US Confederate flags. Yeah, and there's also Trump 2024 flags all the time, too. Whenever you see any sort of right-wing rally that happens, there's a lot of crossover. A lot of crossover on the right wing when it comes to rallies on both sides. Soul Life, chat is just mean to callers in general, Sandy, LOL. Talking about me calling into Majority Report. Yeah, I've seen some of I don't care too much, but there is an underlying vibe, though, that is accurate on Americans not caring at all, like leftist Americans not caring at all about what happens in Canada because they view it as such small potatoes, I guess. And, America's problems are so much bigger to be fair, they are, you know, like they're in much more danger than we are, even though Canada is in a lot of danger right now. But the right wing just does a far better job of supporting each other across the border than the left does. It's a frustration of mine. But like when you look at how our cultures are tied, our society, our economy, so many people have connections, personal, work related across borders. Like one of our countries can't succeed without the other country also succeeding. Like one will always be an anchor holding the other back if we don't progress together. Let's see. John Martinez, RFK, the guy who had a worm in his brain and bought dead animals from Central Park. Total freaks. The lot of them. I know about those stories. It's weird. And you've also been vaccinated twice as an asthma sufferer, and you're okay. Yeah, I've had like 6 vaccines. I'm good. And I plan on getting more. It's just, you never see this type of conspiracy around the flu shot, and that's advertised every year as well. And you never see this level of conspiracy around the flu shots. It's wild. Hello, FG. BCAT, I always try to remain patient with callers until it becomes obvious that they are less interested in Sam or Emma's thought on something and more wanting to scold them for some perceived slight. They've had a couple of awkward calls this past while. Yeah, I don't, they're far more patient than I would be. I would never have the patience for some of what they put up with. And I think part of it is they're hoping that the caller gets to a point where they can debunk, combat, or talk sense into them, but it's like, no, wasting time. Just some of them were like painful calls this last little while. And then there's been times where I'm waiting on the phone to call in and they're talking to some absolute moron that is just in a circular argument type thing. And I'm like, they could be talking to me instead. Instead, they got this guy. Yep. Bad lefty. Meth, please. That's a meth flavored ice cream, I take it. Oh. Lady Badash, no, you need to get whiskey flavored ice cream. I think that exists. I don't know. Oops, it jumped. Looney Tunes 9000. We aren't dirty in the sandbox, Sandy. Crotchety conservatives are big on talking about tyranny of the majority, but then are often the same people who oppose hate speech laws to protect minorities and others. And John Martinez, I was that way when drunk. Funny, fun-loving man who embarrassed himself to make others laugh when drunk and worked hard. Sure glad I gave it up. And chemtrails? What the fuck? What's next? Lizard people? Shh. Don't give them any ideas. Hello, Carrie. Okay. It looks like most of my mods are in the chat right now, so I have a little aside for all of you. because I have mentioned it before, and I'm completely sincere when I say it. I hope to someday be able to compensate you in some manner for the work that you do in the Sandbox. And sometimes it might just be good to network and talk about, okay, me, like, as the person on the channel, what am I okay with in the Sandbox and stuff? Like, I don't want mods arguing with each other. I don't want mods banning each other. But also, like, what kind of comments am I comfortable with in the Sandbox? Like, if somebody's challenging me on something, let them. Because I'll back up my points. I'm not afraid. Like, I don't back down from my points just because someone says something. But also, again, like, someday I hope to be able to, you know, give you some sort of compensation for what this is. And so then the trick becomes, how do I actually communicate with all of you? So I figured out a way. If you're comfortable, please email leftofthebox@gmail.com. Now, and say who you are, like which moderator you are. Now, I know anyone's listening can now go in and say, hey, I'm MIDI Doctors, ha ha ha, or I'm Looney Tunes 9000, and it actually be Lady Badash saying that instead or something. Or just some random person on watching this stream could then pretend to be that person. So, what I will then do when you email me is reply back with a secret password that you will then show in the chat the next time I see you. That way I know for sure you are the moderator. And then that way, if I ever want to give you guys a message, I can make videos that are unlisted and email them to you specifically, just to chat or something, or just to show my appreciation for what you do. And then should the day come that I can actually compensate you, I have a way to contact you. So if you're comfortable, email leftofthebox@gmail.com and identify who you are. And then I will give you a secret password, and they'll all be different, to put in the chat or the Sandbox the next time I see you in there. So then that way I know for sure we have connected properly. Please, if you do that, if you don't want to send like a personal email to me, I totally understand. I will not share emails with other mods. I will not share your email with anyone else. They will be kept private with me. I don't sell this information. I get barely any emails in my Left of the Box account. So yeah, I won't share any of your personal information, of course, and or your emails. And if I do like a bulk emailing, it will all be blind carbon copy type thing. So none of your emails will be shared. None of your personal information will be shared. It's just a way so that I can contact you or share videos with you or, you know, discuss things. So, like I said, Looney Tunes 9000 says I could also use a Discord, but that would require me setting one up. This is not happening. Not happening. Not at this time anyway. I have a hard enough time keeping up with this channel and posting clips to Instagram and TikTok as well. This is a lot for one person with autism and ADHD to do. So please, send me that email. And I also tried to look at the ban list, and I think I did it wrong because it didn't show anyone banned from the Sandbox, but I know I've banned bots when I first started, so there should be some bans in there. So I'll try looking again just to make sure that there's nobody on the ban list that shouldn't be there. With that said, I'll check the Sandbox again because you guys have been chit-chatting. Lady Badash, I'm officially beefing with my MP. Good. Morbius Dragon, mint chocolate chip is the only ice cream you should eat. I disagree. Chocolate chip cookie dough. And chocolate peanut butter. Then mint chocolate chip. Actually, when I go to Dairy Queen, what I do is I get a Blizzard with double cookie dough and Reese peanut butter cup. Because you can make a Blizzard with whatever you want in it. You just say it. And I went to one Dairy Queen and we were chatting about it, and they said that the most bizarre one they saw, and this person must have been drunk or high or something, came in and wanted all the condiments in the Blizzard. So like ketchup, mustard, relish. The secret sauce, just put that all in the Blizzard. And they said he sat in the store and ate it. FG saying, I'm going to impersonate Soul Life. Damn it, my plans are foiled. Yes. Discord DMs are a thing too. I suppose, like, I have a Discord account. Can I just DM you without being... I don't understand Discord. Like, can I DM people without being in a person's Discord? I don't get Discord. I don't understand it. I understand the simplicity of an email. Like, I'm part of people's Discord, but I get so confused with how to use it, how to contact people, and yeah. Okay. How about we get back to the news of the day? Canadian news. So, I talked a lot about British Columbia. They have their provincial election on October 19th. If you know people there, please get them to vote. And I'm still getting distracted by the Sandbox. You can private DM at LeftoftheBox. Do all of you have your same names there, though? Like the exact same? Like, yeah, I don't know. Because I know mine is slightly different. It has underscores or something like that. I don't know. Only if you're comfortable. If not, I can try reaching you on Discords. And I don't think I need this in my ear hole yet. Anyway, I was talking a lot about the BC candidates because their election is just like less than 2 weeks away type thing. If I did my math right. No, it's 2 weeks away. Less than 2 weeks. It's the 3rd today. It's on the 19th. Somebody else do the math. And so it's important to get those stories out there. That dossier that leaked with all the Oppo research, it's just wild. But they're not the only province in Canada. There's other provinces going on, and they have, some of them have conservative premiers that, again, are just lunatics. Like, they're just completely lost their minds. So we have Doug Ford, who recently announced a secret that was so secret, it was tightly kept secret, that nobody in his caucus knew about this before he just announced it at a press conference, i.e. he just blurted it out, that he wants to build a tunnel under the 401, under squishy marshland and lime rock, you know, just build a 60-kilometer long highway under the highway, which would cost billions, hundreds of billions of dollars. And for you Americans watching, 60 kilometers, I looked it up, is around 37 miles. So he wants to build that much underground highway. And there's just so much wrong with that idea on so many levels. But you see, the thing is as I showed in that video when I was talking about it, is there's an underused highway in right, that kind of goes parallel to the 401, called the 407. And it's one of Canada's only toll roads, I believe. And it used to be owned by the province to make money, and then it got sold off by the Conservatives. So it's a part of Ontarian history. So I thought I'd share a little bit more from that. And this is an article from April 1999. So from CBC News, Highway 407 sold. That is just the headline there. That says it all. The Tory government, Tory also known as Conservative, the Tory government has sold Highway 407 for $3.1 billion. The sale of the electronic toll road that runs just north of Toronto is being called the biggest privatization deal ever made in North America. Of course. A Quebec-based engineering firm and Spanish partner are paying more than $3 billion for the continent's largest electronic toll road. That's twice the amount of the government invested in the highway, meaning the Tories have made $1.5 billion profit by privatizing a project started by Bob Rae's NDP government. Originally, the 407 was to pay itself and become a free public highway in approximately 30 years. That would have been nice. The Tory government passed a law allowing the government to sell it off. The condition of that sale allowed the new owners to set whatever toll rates it wants for the next 99 years. We've got time. I think since it was originally under Ontario's, they should just take it back. Like, just take it back. Just don't expropriate it. Take it back. But this was not a way to make money or make people's lives easier. It was simply just to line the pocket of private corporations. It says the province made back $1.5 billion. We've lost more than that by far by privatizing it and not collecting payments and things of that sort that they were supposed to be giving. And yeah, just absolute nightmare. And instead of making the Highway 407 a public highway again here in Ontario, or making it a toll highway that goes back into the coffers of the province, or even just giving a pass to truck drivers to use it to get them off of the main highway, none of that. Doug Ford wants to build a highway under a highway. Like, how many lanes are we talking about here? Because as I pointed out, a subway, which, you know, at most would be the width of 2 trains going side by side, is $700 million per kilometer. So I'm imagining it would be more than 1 eastbound and 1 westbound lane. It's absolutely nuts. Nuts. And the provincial government, Doug Ford, would spend like literally hundreds of billions. Like right now, the generous estimation is 60 billion. It will go up a lot higher than that. Hundreds of billions. And instead of spending that, so he would rather spend money on a hole in the ground, a highway that won't do anything to alleviate traffic. All it does is line the pockets of his rich buddies, instead of spending money on healthcare or schools. We'll get a little bit into it. So Sylvia Jones is the health minister, I believe. Yeah. Ontario Health Minister Sylvia Jones pledges to help private clinics find more opportunities in the public health care system. Jones would not commit to capping the number of private health clinics operating in the province. So again, more of our money, our public money, going to the private sector. Healthcare problem is worse than ever. And Sylvia Jones broadcasting unprecedented and devastating $21 billion in public health care cuts by 2027-2028, with layoffs, hospital operating room, and ER closures, as Jones pledges to help private clinics find more opportunities in the public healthcare system. So instead of more doctors and nurses, we get a hole in the ground. And Lisa here, who is Lise? Yeah, she's an MPP here in Ontario, I believe. Oh, she's NDP. No, maybe. Liberal? NDP. Okay, she's NDP. So she's an NDP MPP here in Ontario. This is why public health care is crumbling. The Ford cons are pumping our money into private profits. This is the ultimate betrayal when the needs of people are tossed aside in favor of those who profiteer from people's suffering. But it's not just the healthcare system that is crumbling, it's also schools. So I have a video here from Frank Dominic, who talks about teachers are we're going to need a lot of teachers soon because there's a shortage happening, and he's going to talk a little bit about this. And I find him to be a fairly reliable source for quick tidbits of information.
Ontario is soon going to experience a classroom crisis in that we're not going to have enough teachers. Thanks, Doug Ford. In a memo that was sent to the Minister of Education, who was only minister for a couple of weeks before he quit to get a job in the private sector, we now know that by 2027, there is going to be a massive widening gap between the number of teachers that we need and the number of teachers that we have. And instead of doing anything about it, the government is basically saying, no, we've done enough. We're allowing people who haven't graduated from teachers college to get jobs, and we're also getting rid of the seniority-based hiring system with a merit-based system. Listen, I'm actually in favor of getting rid of the seniority system. I know unioners might complain about that, but that literally does nothing to solve the teacher shortage. It doesn't incentivize people to become teachers. I've seen so many students over the last few years say, oh, I wanted to become a teacher, but my parents told me that teachers don't get paid enough. So simultaneously, the government says that teachers make too much money. But then we see in society that people are telling their kids not to become teachers because teachers are disrespected, teachers have violent workplaces, and teachers don't make enough money. Then the government goes on to blame school boards and unions, saying that the whole reason we have a shortage is because of teacher absenteeism. If we had better attendance management, then we would have more teachers, somehow, magically. Meanwhile, classroom resources and per pupil funding in Ontario, adjusted for inflation, is the lowest that it's been in decades. Thanks, Doug. We don't have enough money for textbooks, we don't have enough money for Chromebooks, we don't have enough money for EAs, we don't have enough money for anything that you need to have a functioning education system. And I literally don't know a single teacher who has not seen some form of violence or other unsafe behavior in their classrooms. It's not entirely Doug's fault. One of the things that we did when we had too many teachers was we introduced a 2-year teachers college program, which honestly, we can get rid of it. The second year was kind of useless. The most important part of teachers college was practicum, and yes, having 2 years of that was helpful. But if we need more people in teaching, get rid of the second year of teachers college and more people will go to teachers college. And honestly, if you want to fix the shortage that we're seeing in teaching and in nursing and stuff like that, get a new government. Because under Ford, none of us feel respected and we're treated like dirt. And if you've ever thought of quitting a job because you had an awful boss or awful working conditions, well, there you go.
Yeah, and a little bit more on that. School closure ban means Ontario board spending limited funds to keep buildings open. The Ford government refusal to listen to a request from the province's largest board to close and consolidate schools is forcing educators to spend money on buildings that would otherwise be shuttered, internal government documents admit. At the same time, that number of boards posting annual losses grows substantially. Government briefing documents written for Ontario's education minister at the beginning of the summer says a moratorium on closing schools in place since 2017 is stretching already thin school boards and budgets. We should be building more schools and improving the schools we have. Instead of the money going towards schools for renovations and fixes and stuff like that, a lot of them are just being allowed to crumble and fall apart. Like, all schools these day and age should have air conditioners, and they don't. So there are literally days that are too hot for students to go to class. And this is just, again, it's an ongoing problem where Doug Ford wants the schools to crumble and fall apart. And so here, instead of spending money on, you know, a specific school, instead Ford is, you know, forcing schools that are literally falling apart at the seams. You have to spend money to keep those open. We need to be making more schools and get more teachers. Did I want to say, was this video I wanted to watch? Let's see, do that. I think there's a video I wanted to watch.
For a key member of the Ford government, Education Minister Todd Smith, just 2 months after being appointed to the role, has resigned to take on a job in the private sector. We go live now to our Queen's Park Bureau Chief Colin DeMello with more on that. Colin.
Well, Mark, this was definitely a surprise resignation. At about 10:30 this morning, Todd Smith had announced that he was not only quitting as the cabinet minister, he was also leaving the Ontario Progressive Conservative Caucus and resigning as an MPP. He's been a member of provincial parliament for 13 years, but he said now was the right time to explore opportunities outside of government. He's going to be entering the private sector. But there was also, sources tell Global News, a lot of dissatisfaction for Todd Smith. Just about 2 months ago, he was shuffled out of his role as the Minister of Energy and into the Ministry of Education.
I don't know how you can work for the provincial government, like Doug Ford's government, and still have a conscience, a soul, be able to sleep at night. I don't understand how that is possible. And this is from T-Dot Resident. These two tweets here, they're just kind of fun. We need a little bit of just kind of fun here because it's been a lot of craziness. And then we'll get into some of Alberta's stuff again. But this is just a little bit of fun. And T-Dot Resident. Okay, on this tweet in particular, massive shout out. I have no idea how they're able to do this. Like how they search this information, find it, but they are incredible at what they do. And that's why I lean on them so much on Twitter for finding out this information. So Doug Ford, let's see, there we go. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, here we go. I had to scroll up. So Doug Ford tweeted this out on October 1st this year. Happy National Seniors Day, Ontario. Today is a great opportunity to raise awareness about how we can support our seniors as they age and celebrate the work, blah, 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 blah. And you see here these lovely pictures of him interacting with real human beings. And then T-Dot Resident does this. Just keep using those photos from 2018 and pretending you care. And here's a tweet from May 12th, 2018, where Doug Ford says, our seniors built this province and it's time to take care of them. The PCs will help seniors who cannot afford dental care by providing 100,000 low-income seniors with free dental care. Our seniors deserve blah, 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 blah. And I don't think he actually went through with that. But you note this little peach color shirt and some green place cards there. And, you know, the way that these people are positioned. And then you see this peach color shirt, these green little place cards, and the way people are positioned. He's using photos from the same photo shoot from 6 years ago. And T-Dot Resident spotted that. Like, kudos to you. And then somebody else saying, ended 2019, same people. Like, has he not been near any older people since 2019 or 2018? Is that because, you know, of what COVID did to the long-term care homes and what his policies did and how many people died because of it? He probably doesn't feel very welcome in them anymore, I would imagine. Just wild, wild. So here you see the blue top, and this is from 2019, the blue top. Same pictures, same pictures. And then this one, the first part of it is nothing. It's just regular, you know, propaganda type thing or promotional stuff. But as T-Dot Resident says, bloopers at the end of the clip too.
I'm here with Mr. Singh's Pizza, great group of guys, owners and franchise owners. I encourage you, you have to try this pizza, the best pizza anywhere in the country.
He's so friendly and folksy and, oh, look at this pizza. And he's just, you know, he loves to call everyone friends and folks. That's the type of premier he is.
100% vegetarian, look at that. Delicious. go to one of their 8 locations and go online. You just moved.
I know, I'm sorry.
Look at that change in him. So smile, pizza. What the fuck? Pizza, smile. What the fuck? Yee, pizza, smile. Grr. You messed up. Now we're going to get into some more Albertan news. That's a very fuzzy picture. I guess it's just the way it came in. Okay. It's from the press conference that we're about. There's a video in this. From Press Progress. From October 1st, 2024. So again, when I say that it's not like these conspiracy theories were a long time ago and, you know, people have grown and developed since, and we'll look back at that and be like, oh yeah, it's kind of embarrassing I ever believed in that, ha ha ha. No, this is now, this is today. And they keep on coming up with new ones that just blow my mind. So, Danielle Smith, the Pentagon and NORAD respond to Danielle Smith. Nope, we're not spraying chemicals over Alberta. The Pentagon and NORAD are responding to a recent suggestion from the Premier of Alberta that the U.S. Department of Defense could be responsible for alleged reports of chemtrails over Edmonton, Alberta. So she's pointing the finger, like it's not just chemtrails, it's the U.S. Department of Defense, because they don't have anything better to do than to come up to Canada over Edmonton, Alberta and spray out chemtrails. How are these people in leadership positions? I don't... And yet the NDP wouldn't let me on board. It just... Wow. At a recent town hall, Alberta Premier Smith fielded questions from one attendee who wanted an explanation about the lines they've been looking at in the sky. Oh, look up. Is that a plane? Is that a bird? What is that? It's chemtrails. You see, there's lines in the sky. They usually come after you see a plane go by. It must be because they're trying to spray chemicals on us to control our minds. That's the only logical explanation for it. It's not like they haven't been showing up for as long as planes have been flying overhead. According to local journalist Katie Teeling, the attendee specifically asked Smith for an explanation about chemtrails over Edmonton. So Katie tweeted out the next, she says that no one is allowed to enter that airspace and spray chemicals. The crowd boos in response. Oh, so the next, so let's read this tweet properly because I think I missed some of the inflections there. The next attendee asked about chemtrails over Edmonton, which Smith says she asked the people who control the airspace over Edmonton what the story is. She says that no one is allowed to enter that airspace and spray chemicals. The crowd boos in response. So she tried to say, oh no, it wasn't chemtrails. And the crowd was like, boo! So I guess she changed her mind. And there is an airport in Edmonton. Commercial aircraft frequently produce visible vapor trails in the sky when emissions from planes come into contact with humid air. One online conspiracy theorists have latched onto a phenomenon to suggest that they are spraying chemicals to control or reduce populations. Oh, it's not mind control, it's just depopulation conspiracy. Oh my God. you believe this? How do you believe this? As BBC News points out, other variations of the conspiracy claim that chemtrails are being used to spread COVID-19, distribute vaccines. So to make COVID happen and then to give out the vaccine for COVID, I guess, initiate, oh, there we go, mind control, reduce the population, or vaguely promote a new world order. Video of Smith's response was later posted on social media by an account called Disordered YYC, showing Smith told the attendees she had looked into this matter previously and had been told the Pentagon could possibly be responsible. You Americans, you're trying to reduce our sparsely populated country, are you? We have one of the lowest population densities in the world. You're trying to make that worse? Or are you trying to give us vaccines because we don't have access to vaccines up here in Canada? Because that's how we have to get vaccines out in Canada. It's through chemtrails. It's not through a pharmacy. This will be the new healthcare of the future. Let's watch the video, shall we?
The best I have been able to do is talk to the woman who is responsible for controlling the airspace, and she says no one is allowed to go up and spray anything in the air. We have she's told me.
Yeah, and so they're booing. It's like, yeah, she told me that no one's allowed to spray chemicals there.
The other person told me that if anyone is doing it, it's the U.S. Department of Defense.
But since you booed, but if there is anyone doing it, it's the U.S. Department of Defense.
And, like I have some limitations in what I can do in my job. I don't know that I would have much power if that is the case, if the U.S. Department of Defense is spraying us. So I will do what I can to investigate, but everywhere I have gone, I have found no evidence that there's any private sector company involved. My environment department's not involved. My airports tell me that they have a record of every single plane that goes up. So I'm kind of dead-ended here. If you have some special lead that you want to give me afterwards, please let me know and I'll track it down.
Just want to watch that part again.
The best I have been able to do is talk to the woman who is responsible for controlling the airspace, and she says no one is allowed to go up and spray anything in the air. We have she's told me. The other person told me that if anyone is doing it, it's the U.S. Department of Defense.
You Americans. U.S. Department of Defense has nothing better to do than to come up into Edmonton, Alberta and spray chemtrails. Because, no private sector people are doing it. It's no one else. So it must be the U.S. Department of Defense. Because she's asked around. In a statement, a Pentagon spokesperson said the U.S. Department of Defense has no knowledge of any aircraft currently spraying chemicals over Alberta. How do you do that on a phone call? Just be like, you see this and be like, so we have to put out a statement apparently because the premier of one of those things called the provinces up north is saying that we're spraying chemtrails over a city. Nope. We have to type out a statement. We have to type out these words to pacify Canadians, to let them know we're not spraying chemtrails over you guys. No, sir, a spokesperson for the U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin told Press Progress It's like, why do we have all these newspapers suddenly calling us from Canada, asking us about chemtrails? What? And they watch the video and they're like, damn it, they're on to us. No. The North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD, a binational organization responsible for defending the airspace of Canada and the United States, also confirmed no aircraft under its command are spraying chemicals on Alberta. How is this real? How? How is this real? NORAD and the U.S. Northern Command are not conducting any flight activities in Canada that involve spraying of chemicals, a NORAD spokesperson told Press Progress. I can't imagine what that phone call would be like. Just like, are you being effing serious that I need to respond to this? Like, really? Really? Wow. Okay. A Premier Office spokesperson responded to the Pentagon and NORAD denials about their involvement in chemtrails by suggesting the Premier was passing along a second-hand information. You notice her use of the word I in that video? I talk to these people? That doesn't sound very second-handy to me. The Premier was simply sharing what she had heard from some folks over the summer on the issue. What, is she watching Alex Jones? Just, yeah, I saw on this right-wing media here that there's chemtrails up here in Canada, eh? Premier Office spoke, like, just the idea that it is plausible, and it is plausible, that these conservative premiers would just offhand hear something and run with it without any thought, any investigation, and then treat it like fact, should be disqualifying for leadership positions. So the Premier was simply sharing what she had heard from some folks over the summer on this issue, Premier's office spokesperson Savannah Johannesson told Press Progress. She was not saying that she believed the U.S. government was using chemtrails in Alberta. She was just saying if anyone is using chemtrails in Alberta, it's the U.S. Department of Defense. Johannesson added Smith has heard concerns from many Albertans about this topic and asked the provincial government to investigate further, but found no evidence of chemtrails. How is this real? How? And this is from the breakdown, replying to this type of thing. It just doesn't end. Smith, I spoke to a woman who controls airspace in Alberta. Actual people who control the airspace. Nope, Alberta government has not reached out to inquire about chemtrails. So again, Danielle Smith lies. And they're quote tweeting this. Not sure who the woman was that Smith said controls the airspace over Alberta, but NAV Canada does not. But NAV Canada does, and they say they have not had contact from anyone in the Alberta government about chemtrails. Danielle Smith lies. And to build on what I was covering a lot of last time I was streaming was Alberta's attack on LGBTQ plus people, specifically trans children. Covered that in great detail. You know, when Amnesty International is calling you out, you know, an organization that is all about human rights, you might want to reevaluate your stance. And this was before all of this. Like, look at the date on this, February 2nd, 2024. So this is just when she first started talking about this. Amnesty International Canada condemns appalling anti-trans policy changes in Alberta. Alberta Premier Danielle Smith proposed new policy changes to 2S LGBTQIA+ healthcare, social services, public education, sports. Okay, we know all of the horrid things that she has proposed. And Amnesty International is calling her out on it. And this was even before she is basically putting this into legislation. Let's see. So, Ketty from Amnesty International, these egregious new rules will have chilling effect on the protection of gender rights and sexual diversity in Alberta. Ketty said children and youth are struggling for representation, answers, and community care may find themselves lost in the dark, and the changes send a shameful message to Albertans of all ages that 2S LGBTQIA+ individuals are somehow other and should be treated with suspicion. Alberta's anti-2S LGBTQIA+ measures extend to the realms of sports, imposing restrictive regulations, neglects the nuanced experience of trans and gender-diverse athletes, and fosters environment of exclusion. Channeling anti-2S LGBTQIA+ hate into policy directly harms an already intersectional marginalized group. According to a 2023 study, trans, gender-diverse, and non-binary people in Canada report much higher rates of depression, suicidal ideation, and self-harm than their cisgender peers due to experiences of misgendering, invalidation, and other forms of gender-based discrimination. The rights of trans and gender-diverse people belonging to racialized and historically marginalized communities were found to be at increased risk. Amnesty International Canada is deeply troubled that the government did not engage in meaningful consultations with 2S LGBTQIA+ communities, advocates, community organizations, and education and healthcare experts before implementing these policy changes. Despite the serious threats to their rights, Ketty urged 2S LGBTQIA+ people across the country not to despair. We are determined to mobilize in solidarity with you. The struggle against heteropatriarchal hate and discrimination, she said. You are valued and loved. We will continue to resist with you against threats to your human rights. Yeah. She is a very dangerous person. Just spreading those lies, conspiracy theories, but then also enacting policies. Like, it's not just that she's feeding into these conspiracy theories, it's that she's also enacting policies that puts the lives of individuals at risk. Like, literally, children will be put at risk from the policies that she is planning on putting in place in Alberta. So that is it for Alberta. Next, we're going to move on to New Brunswick. But before we do that, I'm going to check the Sandbox. I hope you guys are having fun with all this nonsense. Bad Lefty would be so much easier and cheaper to build it above, if anything. Rail lines would be a really, like, we need a high-speed rail here in Canada, like, so badly. So John Martinez, Doug Ford could expand the roads and add above ground set of lanes. Traffic will always be bad. Well, the problem with Toronto, and some of the videos and stuff, I pointed it out, is the 401 isn't the problem. It's the getting into Toronto that's the problem. Because then suddenly it gets backed up, it gets bottlenecked, it gets, like, really messed up. So, like, me personally, when I travel there, it can take me an hour to get to Toronto, but then 2 hours to get to where I want to go in Toronto. I kid you not. Like, some people say Toronto's 2 hours away from Toronto. Like, it is, the traffic in Toronto is insane. And so what happens is the 401 tends to get backed up going into Toronto. Adding more lanes, all that will do is cause the bottleneck to get worse, if anything. Like, it doesn't help alleviate traffic. Like, if we had, again, the 407, which kind of goes around, like up over Toronto to bypass a lot of the stuff, that's good. We need that. But no, we're just going to build a hole under the ground, costing hundreds of billions of dollars, just so people can get bottlenecked in a tunnel. So Life Australia did something similar, and it was a disaster. They warned us not to do it. Let's see. John Martinez, there's a teacher shortage here, and it's the MAGA fascists that are driving it because they want fascism to be brought into schools. Terrorist groups like Mum for Liberty, etc. Yeah, I've seen plenty of videos on them. Libs of TikTok is also targeting teachers nonstop. Like, who would want to go into that profession to get harassed, assaulted? Because I was reading other statistics on it. I think I brought it up in a previous live stream of just how bad it's gone, I think in Manitoba, for teachers to work. Like, so many people, teachers, are getting harassed and abused by parents, by students, by other teachers. Like, it's just, and the pay is just not worth it. Nothing, well, technically, nothing is worth getting abused at work. But there's no incentive anymore for somebody to become a teacher. Because why? The pay's not that great, and then you get abused at work. Where's the incentive to become a teacher? Let's see. Lady Badash, the city near me had 3-4 high schools and a handful of grade schools. 2 of those high schools closed and went into other high schools because 4th school was Catholic board. We need more schools. You know, the population keeps on going up. Despite all these depopulation conspiracy theories, it keeps on going up, which means we need more schools. And we need them, and we need the schools we currently have to be repaired. John Martinez. Now, Joe's Pizza in New York is the best pizza ever, period. Would it be worth the 8-hour drive for me to go to New York and get that pizza? Would it be worth that? It's like, I live in Canada, and here it's not that uncommon to drive like an hour to a restaurant because you like that restaurant. Sometimes if it's a really good restaurant, 1.5 to 2 hours. It's not that obscene when you have so much ground to cover in this province. 8 hours one way, though, I think would be pushing it. So Life, I'm just glad the US is testing chems in Canada instead of domestically. Thanks, Ford. So Life, did you see the new conservative conspiracy that the hurricanes was created by Dems to inflict damage on red states? I think I saw some, let's just say it doesn't surprise me. Let's see. John Martinez, oh, I believe you, Sandy. It took me an hour and a half to get out of Los Angeles and get to Rosemead, California back in August. Huge freeway with lots of lanes, but insane traffic. Yeah. And the 401, like up here to Toronto, it's regularly one of the worst highways in North America. Lady Badass, the other day I looked up train tickets and they're $200 minimum for a two-way trip and it's 8 hours. Is that to get to New York? That's actually not that bad then, considering gas and tolls. And just a basic seat with a cold meal. It's actually not that bad. But I prefer driving because then I have a trunk that I can fit lots of things in if I want to. And I can make stops at places. I have my own schedule. I can, if I'm at a rest stop, I can chit chat with someone because I'm sociable sometimes. See the landscape. I like doing a long road trip every now and then. I know it's not great for the environment and all that sort of stuff, but there's something about just being on the road and traveling and seeing new worlds and landscapes and people and stuff. I do like it. Okay, shall we get into Blaine Higgs? That is New Brunswick. So let me just bring this back up. There we go. Shortly after British Columbia goes to the polls for provincial election, we have New Brunswick on October 21st, so just a few days after. And they don't tend to get as much attention because it's New Brunswick. Any of the East Coast provinces tend to not get much attention because they're teeny tiny. They're small usually. Well, PEI is practically non-existent. So they don't tend to get the same level of attention as, British Columbia, Alberta. Saskatchewan doesn't tend to get much attention. Manitoba, it's a little bit more. Ontario gets all the attention because we're the province that matters. And so we have here, I have actually a couple of videos from Steve Boots that I'm going to be featuring. Again, if you're on social medias, follow him. He does great stuff. And he's talking about the housing plan Blaine Higgs has in store for the people of New Brunswick should he get back into power. So I've already covered Blaine Higgs before. He's one of the premiers in New Brunswick to enforce the teachers have to misgender or out students to children if they're trans, and children don't feel safe talking to the parents. So he was like one of the first actually in the province to impose that legislation on schools, and I covered it at the time. And so let's find out a little bit more about who this douche canoe is.
Ontario Premier Blaine Higgs, pictured here thinking about cutting supports for the vulnerable, has unveiled his housing plan. It's a very ambitious plan to deal with soaring rents and housing shortages in New Brunswick. Ah, just kidding, he's not doing anything. Seriously, the plan is nothing. The current system is working. That's what they're claiming. The government plans to introduce no new housing measures if re-elected on October 21st. Quote, it's maintaining what we currently have in place, even though what they have currently in place is not even meeting their extremely low housing targets. Like, their housing target provincially was 6,000 houses, which is not even close to enough, and they didn't make that. So we're doing great. But we're not going to change anything, even though it's not working. And worth noting that the PC government is just going to watch rents skyrocket and let it happen. In fact, they're encouraging it, making it easier for the landlords to jack your rents. So rent caps are provincial, and the Liberals and the Greens in New Brunswick have both proposed rent caps, 3% and 2.5% respectively, capping the amount that landlords could increase your rent in a given year. The PCs aren't doing that. They have a different idea, providing tenants the opportunity to apply for a gradual phase-in. so that your rent still increases the crazy amount that it was increasing, just more slowly. It's phased in. How generous.
Yeah, Doug Ford got rid of rent controls here in Ontario. Because of that, so many people have gone unhoused. These conservatives just do not care about people, the lives of people. So many people can't afford rent now in Ontario because the prices have just skyrocketed, because that's what happens when you get rid of rent control.
You can give your money to your landlord a little slower. This is a deeply unserious political party. They have no plan for housing. Their plan is shrug, stay the course, hope for the best, even though the current plan is failing. But in their mind, it's fine.
And a little bit more on this. More than 7,000 people waiting for public housing in Nova Scotia, but agencies say vacancy rate improving. Half of the people on the public housing wait list are seniors. I'm just curious. I'll Google this. I don't know what the population of New Brunswick is. Let's see. Again, these are tiny provinces out on the East Coast. So the population that I just Googled says that it's 850,000 roughly. So a pretty small province. But all the provinces are small compared to Ontario. The head of the agency responsible for overseeing and managing public housing in Nova Scotia. Wait a second. Am I doing this the right way? I Googled Blaine Higgs, and this is Nova Scotia. Brian Ward. I think I pulled up the wrong article. Sorry about that. It's still. Waiting to get social housing here in Ontario can be up in over a decade. No, gosh darn it. I said gosh darn it. I Googled Blaine Higgs. And then I hit news. Oh, we'll get to that news article. That's definitely Blaine Higgs. Sorry about that. Got my wires crossed. I thought this was in direct relation to what I was talking about. Instead, it's about Nova Scotia. And let's see. So their premier is Tim Houston, who I've also talked about before because he's also a conservative and a douche canoe. But I wasn't planning on talking about Nova Scotia today because they don't have an election coming up and I don't live there. And those are the only two things that matter right now. Sorry about that, folks. But feel free to read this if you live in Nova Scotia. Back to housing issues. So this one isn't specific. I think it's just talking about hostile architecture as heartless type thing, which it is. And since it was tied in with since I just covered a housing thing, I decided to tie it in with housing. And it's also from Steve Boots. He has two more of these quick little tidbits about housing and shelter that I feel are good to hear. Let's see.
I want to take a second to talk about a bench. It'll make
just the the idea that this is happening, this architecture here, this Happy Valley Goose Bay. Happy Valley. Happy. This is happy. Happy.
Makes sense in a second. Because this bench can tell us more than you'd expect about reconciliation and about the way that towns and cities think about their vulnerable populations. Because the town of Happy Valley Goose Bay added this bench to commemorate the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. It's meant to be a place that you can sit and reflect in the park. But if you look at that bench and you think something seems odd with it, you would be correct. Because one of the armrests is here in the middle of the bench. Why would that be, you may ask? And the answer is very simple. It's something called hostile architecture. This is a bench that's meant to be uncomfortable. By design. They put that armrest there to make sure that people don't lay down on it, get too comfortable. It's meant to keep unhoused people from sitting on the bench too long. Because apparently unhoused people don't deserve to be comfortable. Who knew? And this isn't an accident. The town has already been removing several public benches around the community, including at trail entrances. Because they want to combat loitering and illegal activity. So to be clear...
And it also is difficult for people with disabilities who may need to sit down. Pregnant people who may need to rest. Like, they so desperately want to make life unbearable for unhoused people that they're willing to make other people suffer.
Their concern is that people might sit on the bench and spend time there. Because that's loitering, you see. So they added the bench, they just don't want you to sit on it. And this is the issue. It is entirely performative. Like, if a town's going to claim that it takes truth and reconciliation seriously and then adds a bench that uses hostile architecture to commemorate it, what they're really saying is that it's all performative. They don't really care. If they did, they wouldn't build a bench like this. Because the mindset is always the same. They do this to keep out undesirables. The idea is that if you make the bench just so, good people will sit on it and bad people won't. Doesn't work like that. A bench is a bench. It's there to be sat on. But I think a board secretary at the Labrador Friendship Center, Avery Brown, really summed this up well. Saying, quote, to remove that accessibility from not only folks impacted by homelessness, but also people who may have mobility concerns and need a rest in the middle of their walk, just seemed a little ironic to me. You know, defending this bench through accessibility while the rest of the community was made less accessible. And that's the issue. What they're saying is completely out of sync with what they're doing. They're saying reconciliation, welcoming community. But what they're doing is saying, no, not really. And until we address this sort of mindset, reconciliation can't really happen. There needs to be some serious unpacking of how we try to police public spaces, and how performative many of the actions that governments take are.
Yeah, instead of, helping unhoused people, we'll just make the world more inhospitable to them. Make them suffer even more. We need to punish them for being unhoused and just make it insufferable. They're not allowed to rest. They're not allowed to lie down. They can't find shelter anyway. We just want them to disappear. And the thing is, since people can't just like Thanos snap disappear, what do these, government officials and stuff, the city, what do they want these people to do then? If they can't just disappear. Like they never follow that train of thought. If they make life so inhospitable for people to live in certain places, they never really follow the logic of where their mind is going, how dark it is, when they just want these people to go away. How are they going to go away? So the best way would be they get the proper supports and housing that they need. But since cities and governments are refusing to do that, then what's the other way a person can go away? But people don't tend to follow their thought process through that to realize, oh, I'm a horrible human being then. They don't tend to like to think of themselves as horrible human beings, but they are. And he had another little one about this too. They don't want to help. They just want unhoused to disappear.
Okay, we're doing this. This person said, blame the homeless who felt entitled to turn bus shelters into their homes. The elderly people who would use them how they are intended are now too scared to go near them. Okay, a couple of things. So your concern is that somebody is using a shelter as a shelter, and that that's not how they were intended to be used. Okay. But also, you're mad that a person who has no home tried to use a public shelter to shelter themselves. So is your concern here the bus shelter, or is it the lack of accessible shelter space for that person that isn't a bus shelter? Like, if you don't want an unhoused person using a bus shelter as a place to live, they need a place to live. Otherwise, you're just telling them to go be homeless somewhere else. What does that solve, other than taking away that person's shelter? Like, do you think somebody lives in a bus shelter because they like it there? Or because it's the best available option? If you want them to go somewhere else, provide a better option. This isn't complicated, but you'd rather victim blame, wouldn't you?
Yeah. People who live in encampments and all that sort of stuff, they always pick the least worst option. And so we've been talking a lot about, you know, the safe consumption sites, the forced treatment and everything. And guess what Higgs wants to do? The Conservatives of New Brunswick want to do the exact same thing. So Higgs promises bill on involuntary addiction treatments, while Liberals focus on senior care, Greens on environmental rights. Higgs promises forced treatment for some people with addictions. At a campaign event in Moncton, PC leader Blaine Higgs promised to introduce legislation that would force a person with severe addiction into treatment. The government promised such legislation last year's. The government promised such legislation last year's. I think that's a typo. Oh. It's missing a space. Okay, I will read this properly now. The government promised such legislation last year as well, but it was never introduced. The concept was questioned by an ethical expert. Speaking on Wednesday, Higgs described the following scenario as the reason for PC government to bring in a bill that would allow... Who wrote this fucking article? Sorry. I'm just like, how am I supposed to read this? You miss a space there, you dyslexic in, you forget a period. Makes it very difficult for somebody with dyslexia to read this. Anyway, speaking on Wednesday, Higgs described the following scenario as a reason for PC government to bring in a bill that would allow... Where's the rest of the sentence? Who wrote this fucking article? Where's the rest of the sentence? Because this is a new sentence. That is not the... Anyway, maybe it's 20 below. Someone's unconscious and they're not able to even maybe respond in any way, he said. Or in that some case allow... Or that in some cases the aggressiveness, they could show to the public and the safety. Do we just walk on by and say, well, wish I could help? Where's the M? Ooh, where's the M parentheses? This is who did this? Who? Because you're missing the closing quotes here. I'm getting too distracted by the horrendous writing of this article. The province would need 3 or 4 recovery facilities for the program, but some existing facilities could be used, he said, and the provinces have requested a proposal for a new 50-bed treatment facility. Higgs also said that a recovery program would be included in the new jail under construction in Minto. So, of course, these forced treatment programs send people to prison. And having a treatment facility is somewhere for people to go that don't go to prison because of a particular crime. In our correctional facility that's being built now in Minto, it will have a recovery program built right into it. CBC News has asked the PC campaign for clarification of those comments. Higgs also hammered home a point that he's made several times in the campaign. He does not believe safe injection sites work. Of course he doesn't. We will not be building any more safe injection sites. We will challenge the ones that are currently here, Higgs said. The province only has one such site right now, and it's in Moncton. They also got rid of... So Blaine Higgs also got rid of all the abortion clinics. All the places where you could get an abortion in New Brunswick have been shut down. But it's legal in Canada to get that. But he defunded them so severely they all had to shut down. The site does not give users free drugs. Instead, it offers to test drugs to ensure they're not toxic. And we know this from talking time and time again. No, none of these supervised consumption sites hand out drugs to people. Higgs also refused to comment on why PC candidate Sherry Wilson was not at the Moncton event and why she was not being made available for interviews with reporters. Wilson received strong pushback after making a Facebook post on National Day of Truth and Reconciliation that compared protesters for 2S LGBTQ+ students to the systemic taking of Indigenous children from their parents to place them in residential schools. The issue is closed, Higgs said. Don't get to question her. And I touched on it, I believe, when I was covering the Truth and Reconciliation Day that I did, the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, where she was talking about this is the exact same parental rights issue. That, you know, we took away the parental rights of Indigenous people by kidnapping their children, and we're taking away the parental rights of cisgendered straight people by, you know, not telling them their children are trans if their child is trans and are afraid to tell them. But this is not all. We also have breaking, and this is from the Liberal Party of New Brunswick. Blaine Higgs has declined the October 9th Leaders Debate hosted by Rogers. Is he afraid of losing in their debate to Susan Holt? It is a very, very common thing that conservatives do not show up to debates anymore. Like the last provincial election, I remember looking around and so many of the conservative candidates didn't bother to show up for debates. They also have a habit of not releasing their platforms. And yet they still somehow get elected in. They're getting elected in based solely on, you know, these social issue conspiracy theories propaganda. Not on any actual policy they intend to push through, unless it's one that will take away people's rights. But they don't propose plans to people, and then they don't bother to show up at debates where they can get publicly challenged on their absolutely batshit crazy ideas. And it's becoming more and more common, and I think it should be a requirement that if you're running for public office and there's debates, you need to participate in them unless, you know, unforeseen circumstances, you're in a car accident or something. But other than that, it should be a requirement for candidates to participate in a debate so that people can hear them being challenged in public. And this one, again, kind of blew my mind when I found out about this particular candidate for New Brunswick PC Party. We're going to see a video of her shortly, but first I want to read the article about her because she's such an interesting person. CTV News decided to do an entire article on this one candidate for the PC Party. And that's not normal for a paper to focus on just one candidate. St. John's, New Brunswick. I'm putting in the earbud too early. The video's in the next tab. An activist and Christian TV host who galvanized supporters by focusing on New Brunswick's policy on gender identity schools was acclaimed as the candidate for the province's governing progressive conservatives in the riding next to the premier's. Do I need to say anything more than that opening statement for you to get an idea as to what kind of person she is? Christian TV host. To cheers, claps, and whistles, 18, no clue how to say that, was welcomed by Premier Blaine Higgs and a standing room only crowd Tuesday night as the first official candidate for the next provincial election at the nomination meeting in New Brunswick. The next provincial election is October 21st. Premier Higgs needs a team that's actually going to be his team, right? And have his back, she said, addressing the crowd. She, who will run in the riding of Hampton Fundy, St. Martin's, currently held by a Tory who is stepping aside, said what caught her attention about Higgs was he stuck his neck out for parents on the issues of gender identity. When I saw the heat that he was taking, I thought, you know what? This is a leader that has a pedigree and stature. Oh. Is that ever dog whistly? And I'll just use that word again. Pedigree. That is so rare in our nation. That is some white nationalist bullshit right there. One of the main thrusts of policy, One of the main thrusts of policy 713 is that students 16 and under who identify as transgender or non-binary won't be able to officially change names and pronouns they use in school without parental consent. And that is what I was telling you guys about earlier, and I have a video on this. Malek, who works in St. Martin's, New Brunswick, said, what is her name? Tayet or something like that? I have no clue how to say her last name, so I have to go by her first name. Oh, Fatine. Fatine? Something like that. So Maylek, who works in St. Martin's, say Fatine stands on parents' appeal to him. She supports parents in their ability to know what's going on in their kids' school, he said. I felt that was very important. Addressing the crowd in the meeting, Higgs described how his party got on the mission of parental rights. The Progressive Conservative recently sent fundraising letters under Higgs' names, inviting people to pledge their support for parental rights and make a donation to the party. Parents don't have rights, they have responsibilities. Okay. We know that on this channel. We're trying to protect everyone. We're trying to find a solution, Higgs told the meeting Tuesday. Parents are the continuous force in a child's life, and that never ends. Fatine is a well-known figure in Christian conservative circles. According to her website, her television show airs on 9 networks 14 times a week and is a ministry of VCOL Media Ministries. VCOL is a Christian charity committed to being a voice in our times through media, prayer, mobilization, equipping outreach. Gordon O'Coin, who was at the acclamation meeting and lives in the riding, said he first came across Fatine through her TV program a few years ago. Her Christian values certainly appealed to me, he said, and just good morals. Party member Dwight Bond praised her professional talents and her values, as well as her belief in basic fundamentals of God and nature. Look get into that. Fatine is also the author of several books. In one of her books, Marked, published in 2009 under her maiden name, she wrote about God speaking to her and describing same-sex marriage as a threat to traditional marriage, even suggesting it could lead to a man being able to marry a dog. God told her that. God spoke to her and said same-sex marriage is a no-no. Could lead to bestiality, you know. Horrible person. She said nations that bend the knee of humanity to the one true God shall be given strength to conquer. She described her activism as preparing a throne for Christ. I am working to build a throne for Jesus in my city, she wrote. I love it. This is a candidate in a provincial election. On Tuesday night, when asked if she stands by what she wrote in the book, she said she couldn't with all integrity answer the question because the book was written so long ago. I would have to refresh myself, she said. I wrote and published a book. I don't remember exactly what I put into it. Wow. And the thing is that since this is already a conservative riding, there's a good chance she'll get elected in. Horrible human being. Just horrible person. My God. My God. As I say, it's just an idiom. But there's footage of this. PEI Political Discussion tweeted this out. In 2022, New Brunswick PC candidate Fay Teen gives a supernatural blood transfusion to a parishioner in Florenceville who has an issue with a kidney. I'd be surprised if they still have that kidney.
Is there somebody here, I'm going to go out on a limb here, I've been doing a lot of political commentary in the last couple of years, so have some grace with me if I miss it. I'm just going to step out. But is there someone here that has an issue with the kidney? Something where you need a touch in your kidney, or you know of somebody who needs a touch in their kidney.
This is a ploy psychics use when they're in a crowded room. They'll say, I sense that somebody just lost a close loved one. If you're in a crowded room, there's probably going to be one. Kidney issues are not that uncommon. So this is a tactic that psychics use to just kind of, it's a very broad thing where there's a good chance that whatever they just said is vague enough that somebody will pipe up and say, oh, yes, I just lost my dog or cat, or I just lost my mom. And it's like, oh, I felt that coming from you. Like, one of the ways that I like to tease psychics is I ask them, how many children will I have? Because my tubes are tied by choice. And you see a very quick turnaround when they say, oh yeah, you're going to have plenty of children in your life. And then it mentions like, yeah, I can't have kids. And it's like, I didn't say they'd be your biological children. But she's basically just using that tactic right now to find if somebody in a crowded room has issues or knows someone. Like, that's the thing. It was, is there someone here that that has an issue with the kidneys? Something where you need a touch in your kidney, or you know somebody who needs a touch in their kidney. So again, it's very broad and vague, and you open it up. Is somebody in this room, or somebody you know, or somebody in this room knows has an issue with your kidney? Okay, that's going to happen. In a crowded room, there is bound to be somebody with a kidney issue, or in a crowded room, somebody's going to know somebody with a kidney issue. It's common enough to happen.
Know of somebody who needs a touch in their kidney. Raise your hand up high if that's you. Is it?
So what they're doing is they're muting out the name of the person.
Okay, well, I saw a kidney when I was praying. Is there another person? Raise your hand up high if it's you. Okay, so Father, we just thank you right now for your glory. And Lord, I didn't know. I know you told me that you struggled with some stuff over the last year, but I did not know it was kidney. And so, Father, right now, in the name of Jesus, Lord, you said that, which side is it on? Is it this side? Right here? Okay. Yeah, so Father, right here, God, you are no respecter of persons. And Lord, we just right now release the lightnings of the glory of Yeshua into his body. And Father, we declare a supernatural blood transfusion right now. Father, we declare
a supernatural blood transfusion.
That the enzymes are coming back into alignment. Father, we declare that there is going to be a dramatic renewal of her youth. And
she's now speaking in tongue.
I just see over you as I'm praying, I see so much generational legacy for this kidney in the name of Jesus. Could everybody who's not in a place of receiving just stretch your hands forth right now? Let's just pray in the Spirit for a moment.
Speaking in tongue. You're healed. I imagine that person still has kidney problems. This is literally somebody who's running for office in New Brunswick right now. If you live in New Brunswick or know anyone who lives in New Brunswick, see what I just did there? Huh? I did that whole broadening thing. If you live in New Brunswick or you know anyone who lives in New Brunswick, give them the power of vote. Go vote. What do you even say to that? Like, like, the Conservative Party used to have rational people involved with it. Greedy fuckers, but rational. This is just like the more crazy you can get, the more far-fetched you can get, the better. It is... Wow. Just going to check these. Okay, I didn't need to go over those. Just just because I went through a lot of this. Just a reminder of this. But just how, and yet, like, I still can't get that me, my sarcastic ass, couldn't become a candidate for the NDP. But all of these people can qualify as a conservative. The NDP was worried because I am polyamorous and they didn't like that. But if I speak in tongues, I can apply for the Conservative Party. I don't like bringing religion into politics. I believe in the separation of church and state, and Canada has a very horrendous past of adding, religion into politics. Go check out my video about National Day for Truth and Reconciliation for more. I'm going to check the Sandbox. John Martinez says, yes, Joe's Pizza is really truly worth the 8-hour drive. I exaggerate you not. And also replying to Soul Life that I've heard Chicago pizza is great too, and not quite far as a drive for me. Lady Badash, in Toronto, I met a taxi driver who was a taxi driver in New York. He said Toronto was worse. I used to live in Toronto for a few years, and I don't know why anyone in that city would have a car. Because it is virtually impossible without literally nudging people out of the way with your car to get through some intersections. Because a lot of pedestrians don't pay that much attention to the lights. Or when the lights change and there's like a crowd of pedestrians going across, there's no brake for the cars to be making turns onto roads through them. And there's no system like I know some cities have like a scramble where it's just the pedestrians can cross to whichever corner they want and no traffic is allowed through in that time period or something. But Toronto doesn't have that. And seeing like the traffic snags people get into. Like literally, I have been stuck for 5 hours in that city in traffic, trying to get from one end to the other. John Martinez, New Brunswick sounds like Wyoming, Idaho, and Iowa. They don't get a lot of mention, and when they do, it's bad. Yeah. I know good people from New Brunswick. But yeah, the conservatives are ripping this country apart. And so many people are just passively sitting by and allowing it to happen because it requires energy to just even stop the momentum. Like I have this thing where I try to build cross-border solidarity, where I say, you know, Americans look at what Canadian citizens have and say, we want that. Well, Canadian politicians look at what American politicians get away with and say, we want that. And right now the politicians are winning, you know, that little balance. And, you know, right now Americans are fighting to get health care. But what is worse, you know, fighting to get something you don't have, or passively sitting by and watching that thing disappear and do nothing and have a good representation of what's waiting for you should you not act right there in your face. Like, I don't know if I can ever forgive people for just passively sitting by and allowing what these conservatives are doing. Lady Badass, of course, we have the capital and majority of the population. That's Ontario. John Martinez, there's a proposition in the state of California, Proposition 33, that would put strict rent controls in place. I don't mean to bring this up, but I'm going to bring this up. I'm pretty sure I've heard Anna Kasparian saying this is a bad thing. Rent controls are a good thing. They're a good thing. Because, like, I was mentioning in my last live stream that I got some very good news about my housing situation. Something that has been hanging over my head for years, like a few years now. And I got some really good news, and my housing situation is stable. And I can't tell you how relieved and amazing it feels to know that this is my home. But part of the reason that I have like it's a nice place, like I don't knock it, and yet I'm on disability. And that's primarily because of a rental contract that goes back well before these rent prices went insane. Like, if I had to rely on finding a place at market rent, there is nowhere in the country I can rent a 1-bedroom. In most places, my entire rent check would not cover the cost of rent. My entire disability check would not cover the cost of rent. Like, it has just exploded out of control. And in my area in particularly, the inflation is even worse because a lot of people, since we're only an hour drive away from Toronto, a lot of people tend to come here to be near Toronto without living in Toronto. And so rent prices here have inflated even worse than in other areas. But rent control, good thing. And it's like, it's not even for me, like, it's not even good enough to have rent control anymore. There needs to be a rent reduction because there's so many people precariously housed too. It's not just the people who are unhoused that can't get housing. There's so many people just hanging on by a thread. So it really is like there needs to be a rent reduction. There needs to be a buy-up of, all rental properties that are purposely left empty and housing properties that are left empty, a buyout from them at dirt cheap prices by the government. Make social housing. Social housing is the way to go. We need to be more like Finland with it. I think it's Finland with it, where it's like 80% of housing is socialized housing. We need that. We need it. If you want a healthy society, you have to start with sheltering everyone. Lady Badass. John Martinez, how dare you compare New Brunswick to Wyoming? Wyoming doesn't even qualify for statehood. Just saying, replying back to them, John is saying, Lady Badass, I passed through here in 2023 after coming back to New York. There's hardly anyone there. It's a huge place too. I drove through the prairies once. That is pretty barren. FG, yeah, Houston is a special kind of prick. Just find it very funny that Premier's name is Tim Houston, like just what, 2 letters off from Tim Hortons? And I know I've covered him before. And I think it was about housing, actually. That I have covered him before because I know I've made the comment about his name. FG, minimum wage jobs aren't real jobs. Yeah. John Martinez, you've been to more Canadian provinces than I have from the sounds of it. Because I was only once accidentally in BC, and then spent some time in Alberta, drove through Saskatchewan and Manitoba, and then back in Ontario, and I've been to Quebec. But I would love to visit the East Coast. Like, I would love to visit all the provinces and territories and, like, actually spend time there, like a month or 2 there to see things. But I can't do that with cats. So maybe just a week here and there in one of the provinces to get a good feel. There is a town in Newfoundland I need to find. I've told this story before, but it's a cute story, so I'll tell it again. When I was coming back from Alberta, so a lot of people from the East Coast fly out quite regularly to Alberta for jobs in the oil fields and stuff like that. And so there's a lot back and forth. And so I was in the airport waiting to go back to Ontario. And so Ontario is a stop before they get the rest of the way over to the East Coast. And I'm standing around there, and in the airport place that you wait in, I don't know what it's called. And there's these 2 men there, and they have like these big boulder cowboy hats, and they're speaking, and it's like, I think that's French, but I couldn't quite make it out. Like, I'm pretty sure that's French, but I don't understand what's happening. And then we get on the plane, and I realize that the next stop is Newfoundland, and I'm like, oh my God, they're French Newfie cowboys. I need to find out what city they're from and go there. Because it was just so utterly bizarre hearing French spoken with the Newfoundland accent and these big boulder cowboy hats. And I'm like, I need to find this town. I need to find it. I need to experience what this town is. Oh. Let's see. John Martinez, the unhoused will disappear when the greedy bastards start caring about humanity and invest in low-income housing. Billionaires shouldn't exist. Very true. Nobody needs that type of money. Sorry, I just heard my cat under here. Abernathy. Abernathy. And he is precariously close to the cord of my ring light. And he is very bad at chewing through the cords of my ring lights. Hey, Abernathy, come here. Come on. Why don't you just show your face for everyone? Come on up. There we go. He's a chunker. He's a chunker. Oh no, he's going to see my earrings. He'll bat at my earrings and my necklace. He doesn't like to be held so much, but he loves just sitting in my lap. But he is a heavy cat, so it can cut off the circulation in my legs. Soul Life. Fox News says homelessness is a woke lifestyle choice. About a minute later, they then said helping them is useless, a waste of money because they're losers, which kind of contradicts the first point. And John Martinez replying, saying Fixed Noise needs to watch what they say before they get sued for $1 billion again and have to pay out $778 million again. Yeah. Shemagli, everyone is a NIMBY until they lose their own home. They just think the people themselves are the problem rather than the victims of problems they don't face. It's a societal problem when there's people unhoused. It's not a people problem, it's a societal problem. Don't look at my earphone cord like that. He's looking at my earphone cord like it's spaghetti. Let's see. Oh, hello, my dogs are goth. It's been a while, I think. Nice to see you. I had people asking about you, you know. My dogs are goth. Yeah, we have a good community here that likes to check in with everyone, which is good. Yeah, I saw in there a tweet from the letter hack for those of you who are concerned. He's in North Carolina, still out of power after 6 days, at least at the time of the tweet. So it's going to be a while before we see anything regular from him on Twitter or from his YouTube. So, but he's doing fine, he says. Hermit horologist, cold reading. Soul Life. My ex went to a psychic way before we dated when she was with her baby dad. The psychic assumed we were together and we found out when we both got done and talked about trying to make sense of it. LOL. Like, the thing is that I don't have a religion, but I am a very spiritual person, and I do believe that there are things that we don't necessarily understand and that sort of thing. I don't rule out the possibility of empaths, you know, people who can pick up on emotions and stuff, because I tend to be one of them. Or like some I neither believe nor disbelieve in some things, because I do believe in a spirit, a soul, reincarnation, that sort of thing. And if you have the capability of believing in that, then some aspects of psychic could fall in that realm, but I haven't seen any proof of it. But I don't necessarily rule it out. It's just, of what we see, they're grifters. They're out there, they make money. You know, they're not the real deal or anything of that sort. But there are some things that, you know, when you have faith in something, to have faith in something is to believe in something that can't be proven. And just based on my own internal workings, my experiences, it's what I choose to put my faith in, even though there's no way to prove it. However, if something were to come out where it concretely proves me wrong, then fine. Like if a god actually dropped down to earth and started talking to me and I knew it was a god instead of, you know, me going crazy, I'd be like, okay, that's a mulligan then. It's just, I guess I messed up on that one then. But I don't believe in religions. I don't believe religions should be a thing. But I strongly, you know, spirituality and in thinking about, you know, what's after death and all that sort of stuff is completely normal and healthy. And people talking about the Fatine or something her name was, speaking in tongues. So like the language of the angels, praise Jesus. John Martinez is cringing at it. Yeah, you Americans thought only you had those tongue speakers, huh? No, we have them up here in Canada too. And then, let's see. My dogs are goth. 911. Yeah, someone is having a mental health crisis in this church. But for all of you who are watching who had kidney problems, good to know you no longer have them. It'd be like me, you know, kind of saying to the Sandbox, and it's like, I get the feeling that there's somebody in the Sandbox, or someone in the Sandbox knows someone who has a crush on a lefty content contributor. Anyone. It could be any content contributor. It's like, let's make it broad. So it's like, yeah, someone in the Sandbox has a crush on a leftist content creator. And, but if it could also just be that you know someone who has a crush on a leftist content creator, and that leftist content creator can be anywhere around the world. And I guarantee there is somebody in the Sandbox with a crush on a leftist content creator, or you know someone who has a crush on a leftist content creator, because there is a person called Sam Cedar. It jumped. Where was it? There we go. John Martinez, anyone who says rent controls are bad aren't progressive. Can't stand Anna Kasparian's turf ass anyway. Yeah. Apparently she's starting her own journal, her own blog. I still have a video I intend to make with her as the I don't know why. It's not about her, but she's used as the example. The Anna-Kasparian pendulum is what I'm calling it, and just how people can move more and more over to the right, how you can have ideas both in the left and the right, but as it swings, it gradually swings more and more in one direction. So while you may still have occasional leftist values, they become fewer and far in between, and those right-wing ones start picking up more steam and momentum. Let's see. My dogs are goth. That's great news, Sandy. Everyone deserves a stable, affordable place to live. Yeah. And John Martinez, also, I'm very happy for you, Sandy. Glad to hear that was taken care of. Yeah. I can't tell you how fortunate and grateful I am. Like, it's just, since I cover this stuff, I know how bad it is out there and how much a lot of people are suffering. And like, part of it just doesn't feel fair. Like, why me? Why do I get such an amazing place to live instead of all these other people who are just as worthy or more? Like, we shouldn't be in this world. Housing first. Lady Badass, fuck it, no more rent. Just give everyone a house. And so Life saying rent control allows the poor to move into wealthy communities, and then there's a chance they could be brown due to systemic racism, and Anna might have to talk to them. Terrifying. And crimes. Let's see. John Martinez, I hear Newfoundland is beautiful. From what I've seen in pictures, yes. Lady Badass, Sandy wants to go to Dildo, Newfoundland. Okay, so that might be the second place that I want to go in Newfoundland after I find the town with the French Newfie cowboys. My dogs are goth saying, I love the Newfoundland accents. Yeah, we used to have Newfie jokes when we were kids and insensitive. Yeah, it's amazing the type of jokes that, like blonde jokes and stuff like that, but Newfie jokes were the same as blonde jokes in a way. And that type of humor, just not good anymore. And I'm glad. It shouldn't be. My dogs are goth. If you're a French Newfie cowboy, please contact Sandy. Yes. Lady Badass, it's almost like there's a large Irish and Scottish population in the Maritimes. Yeah, it's funny how there's a large, Scottish and Irish influence in the Maritimes, and then if you go over to BC, there's a large Japanese influence. It's almost like if you go across the ocean, across the pond. Although I don't think planes actually fly over the Pacific. Because it's too wide? I think. No, maybe. I'm trying to remember what okay, it's bugging me. Do planes fly over the Pacific? Like, other than to go to Hawaii? Most commercial aircraft do not fly directly over the Pacific Ocean. Instead, they choose what's known as curved paths. Because I think it's just too long. or something. The Pacific Ocean is so large, why don't planes fly over it? Final thoughts, because of the vast size, crossing the Pacific Ocean requires staggering quantity of fuel. Yeah, that's what I thought. My dogs are goth. I would love to see an interview with a French Newfie cowboy. Yeah, it was a wild accent. And I used to do improv a lot. And so one of the challenges that I challenged other improvisers to do was try to speak French with something other than a French accent. So, like, speak French with a Scottish accent or an Arabic accent or like an Australian accent. Because, like, I don't know for all Canadians, but most of us growing up here, with the little bit of French that we tend to learn, whenever we speak it, if we add an accent onto it, it's always a French accent. But, you know, it would just be wild to hear, like, French spoken with accents other than French. Let's see. Ah, jumped again. Just a reminder to the mods, unless I figure out another way that you're all suggesting that I do. If you're comfortable, please just email LeftoftheBox@gmail.com so I can know who you are. State who you are as a mod, and I will give you a secret password for you to type into the chat the next time I see you so I know it's you. So Life Yasmin Khan is getting married. I lost my shot. There's a lot of attractive people on the leftist content creator circuit. That all live too far from me or too attached in a relationship. Actually, I think those are just it. They either live too far from me or they're already in a relationship. Lady Badass, everyone here has a crush on Sam. Yeah, that's why I said. That's why I knew I could say that and know it'd be true. Oh, Substack. Anna Kasparian Substack. Okay, journal, whatever. Sandy, Soul Life asking, Sandy, have you seen Anna's new Substack post? She officially left the left, writing the post was also extremely inaccurate and misses the point of the mods leaving. I haven't seen it, but the Vanguard released a clip on it because apparently they were substacked in it. They were called out, but not by name. Crotchety, I don't like the pendulum analogy metaphor because any swing is inevitable. I prefer to think of it as a tug of war where they're constantly being pushed in the direction we want. It's a combination of the two. So you have the pendulum, but then there is like a pole where the center of that pendulum is being pulled to one side or the other. And so it's a combination tug of war and pendulum that I'm talking about. John Martinez lived in Hawaii as a kid for a year. What a beautiful place. I would love to see the volcanoes. Do you want me to start geeking out on natural disasters again? Looney Tunes 9000 breaking port strike ends as workers agree to tentative deal on wages contract extensions, CBC via NBC News. Oh, good. I hope they get what they want. Okay, I'm getting closer to the current stuff. Lady Badash, but look at it this way, in a few million years, continental drift will make crossing the Pacific easy and crossing that Atlantic impossible. Maybe, maybe. Cat Anna blocked me on Substack. You can block me. I've never gone to. I think I've read a couple of maybe Aaron Reed's articles on Substack, but I don't know what it is really, other than a place where journalists can post things. Let's see. John Martinez, Diamond Head would trip you out, as would Kahlua Sandy. Kilauea. Yeah. Oh, I'd love to see an active volcano. Just not be too close to it. Volcanologist, seismologist, all of that sort of stuff. Anything with an est, I wanted to be. Shade Dragon, you can block people on a blog. Also, what's the point? Like, unless people can leave comments on it, I don't know why blocking anyone would be useful or relevant. Because there's always workarounds. It's not like it'd be impossible for somebody to read your blog if you block them. But like I said, I don't know Substack. Like I could understand blocking people if they were leaving, harassing comments and stuff, but whatever. Oh, B-Cat saying, I only went to comment about her officially leaving the left, lol. So I guess you can comment on it. So Live, the new Substack alternative Ryan Grimm made, has been doing good things. That's good to hear. And B-Cat, but after you told me about Aaron Reed, I went to follow her there, Sandy. Oh, good. And so Life saying apparently you can comment on Substack. Yeah, anyway, I'm all caught up. I got through everything I wanted, so I don't think I need to do a live stream tomorrow. Because that would, in all honesty, it would probably stress me out trying to do a live stream tomorrow, because I do have plans in the evening that are set that I can't, there's some plans you can't be late for. And so trying to get done by a certain time would probably stress me out. But I got through everything I wanted to get through. I have lots of stuff to clip, that's for sure. And yeah. I'm just going to promote this again because, okay, I'm a little sad that not a single copy of my book has sold yet. Because I think my book is good. The book that I wrote for this derby. So somewhere on this list is a book that I wrote. And if you know me well enough and you read all the different descriptions, I think you could have a good idea as to which one's mine. But at the end of October, I can tell you which one is mine if I feel brave enough to do that, because I'm worried that my book is just a hot piece of trash. But if you have like the Kindle Plus or something, you can look up these books, and a lot of them will be free to the people with the Kindle Plus. So then you can, like, if you read the book, you would absolutely know it's mine. No doubt about it. You would 100% know it's mine if you read it. But, feel free to go check them out. They're all available on Amazon. The proceeds do go back to the authors. So even if you buy one thinking it's mine and it's not, you're supporting another budding author. Says I used to be so excited about it. I lived in that world for a few months. I lived in the world of that book. It was such an escape for me at a time when I needed one. So I suppose. John Martinez, Lady Badass, they give you a lot of fries covered in cheese and topped with onions. So tasty. Speaking of which, I have a coupon for a Dairy Queen poutine, which I plan to cash in when we're done this. You guys know all this. Yeah, you guys know all this. I appreciate you all. Yeah, let's see. What else? Is there anything else that I wanted to say? There's the Amazon wish list. I might start adding new things to it because now that I know my housing is stable, I've been holding off settling and getting things for my place because it's like, who knows what size my next place will be. So now that I know, I can start actually settling. So I might add new stuff onto it, so please check that out. And hopefully I sell copies of my book. It's a little bit depressing because I have a friend who did this derby last year, and she's the reason why I did it this year. She encouraged me to do that. And she said, oh yeah, there's people on there who, your book is guaranteed to be bought because there's people on there who will buy everyone's book. And then here I am, it's like, nobody's bought my book. But yeah, please check out the Amazon wish list. Thank you recently to the people who signed up for my Patreon and sent me a little bit of cash through PayPal. All money that I received through PayPal and through e-transfers to SandeeLovas@gmail.com goes to help this guy right here, Frodo. Let's see if we can do this. Frodo goes to help Frodo, who is just an amazing kitty cat. I have so many graphs and pictures in here. Yeah, so that money is specifically for Frodo to help with his ongoing vet bills. Oh yeah, I also added this to my choices of graphics that I can toss up on screen. People might remember this tweet. This tweet makes me so irrationally happy. Yeah, make it bigger. Make it bigger for people. That is not the right graphic that I just hit. This one. No, this one. There we go. Oops, this way. The Mount St. Helens Twitter account after somebody tweeted out, California is the most iconic mountain in the lower 48. Meet Mount Shasta, 14K of pure glory. And Mount St. Helens saying, looks like a little bitch to me. I have an irrational love for this tweet. Just completely and utterly irrational love of this tweet. Yeah, so I don't know when the next live stream is. Stay tuned, ring the bell. I guess that's a thing. Thank you to all the mods. Like I said, again, please, if you're comfortable, email me so that I can find a way of connecting, and hopefully someday I'll be able to, you know, send you like some sort of compensation or thanks for all the work that you put into my channel. And I'm dawdling and I'm hungry and I want to go get that poutine. So, there we go. Salut à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.